All right. Good morning, everyone. I can officially say good morning to everybody without looking very stressed. Sorry for the delay. I know Chitante was here very early morning. So my name is Shamim Ibrahim, and they did as a project lead. There's a quick statement that today morning when I was coming here, I read that pressure is a privilege. It makes you who you are. So through all this, it makes us who we are in terms of what we're doing. But most important, the privilege that I've had is the privilege of my team members. So if they could just come here, say a word, introduce themselves as a way of a thank you, please do come.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Edison Twesje, Chevening Alumni. I did epidemiology 2023-2024. You are most welcome.
Thank you very much, Edson. My name is Arnold Kasumba. I did a master's in water sanitation and health hygiene at the University of Leeds. And nice seeing all of you here. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. You're most welcome. My name is Cynthia Chemtai. I did a Master of Laws in International Human Rights Law, University of Leeds, 2023-2024.
Hi, everyone. My name is Consi. It's good to see you all, and thank you all for coming to this very important day. I did a Master's of Civil Engineering and Management at University of Glasgow, and I'm really happy to be here. Thank you very much.
My master's is in occupational and organizational psychology from the University of Sussex as the Shivna's cohort of 2023-2024. It feels quite a while, yes. And then there is a very powerful team as well there of CAU members. That is the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda that is sitting there. We also want to thank them. And one of them slid in the judge panel. So we also want to thank you. In short, we are Shivnas. We get our year to do our masters in the UK, and when we do come back, our privilege is to be part of the community and give back to the community. This is a very good example of what we stand for, what we believe, and the impact we want to have in our communities and in our country with our knowledge and the different multidisciplinary talents, I guess, that we also do have. So having said that, there will be a chance to go deeper into our project, but for the essence of time, I would want us to welcome Nicholas Okot, that is our chairman. And with that, I also want to thank a very, very key partner we have been privileged to have. And I think Nicholas will be able to welcome them. Nicholas, welcome.
Good morning. The British High Commissioner in absentia. Of course, I've seen a few staff of the British High Commission here. Our VIPs from Kampala City Council and stakeholders involved in this project. The judges that are going to judge what we've done so far in this project today. The Chevening alumni, they have spoken to you. Of course, the biggest group that I really want to appreciate is also the students themselves. You are here with the learners and their teachers or instructors. We want to appreciate you for going through the project. You're all most welcome to today's event. Today we are working on a second set of projects that we worked on before, and this time we call it Student for Sustainable Waste Management. About 2 years ago, we did some work in this same area, and that was to do with ABC for climate change. you might ask yourself, why do we do this? Now, as Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda, an association founded in 2019 and has progressively grown, we take climate change very seriously, and we want to intervene in the areas of climate change. But we also note that climate change on its own and its other multifaceted dimensions don't really have to be acted on all at once. We have left some portion to be acted on by other people, but we purely focus on the issue of recycling waste that we generate every day. And this is what the essence of these two sets of projects have been about. And I'm happy this time round we've managed to reach out to many more schools. In the first project, in the project of the ABC for climate change, we mainly focus on working with Kansanga School, and in that instance, many other schools missed out, and maybe we didn't get to reach out to as many as possible. We believe if we impart knowledge to you, the learners, or you, the young ones, it will go deeper and will also spread much more further. And therefore, we have always tried to intervene in our projects through our learners, young people who are still growing up and who are still upcoming. And we believe the project will have a huge impact. Earlier when I took a slight walk and saw the innovations you've done and the projects you've put together in place, we'll have a chance to listen to two of the schools here, as it was mentioned in the program. And that's a great achievement, and we want to applaud you about that. Our challenge from the first project had always been the issue of sustainability. How do we sustain this? And I know many of you have formed clubs, which is an outcome for this project, which is a good thing. Your clubs should be sustained even if you, the students, move up to the next level, to university and so forth. The instructors or the teachers should be in position to help the club sustain themselves, impart knowledge to future students, and in case we get more funding and we come back to you, then we can also be in position to actually work with already an existing club. Maybe just to move backwards a bit, as an alumni, we always bid through the Chevening's secretariat, and they have what we call the Chevening's program fund, CAPF, which we use it will drive the change that we need. And my name was already given to you. I was also a Chevening scholar. I went to the University of Leeds, where I did my master's in economics and.
Thank you. We're going to have a speech from Mr. James Bond Kunobere, Deputy Director, Sanitation and Environment, KCCA. As he comes, we recognize that KCCA is a very important party in ensuring that Kampala City specifically is clean. And so we are so happy that you accepted to partner with us in this project. And we look forward to more engagement and working together to ensure that our...
James, a servant of God and of the Lord Jesus Christ, to the 12 tribes which are scattered abroad, greetings.
Very clear. The one I have is James, the bond servant of God. So many occasions people mistake me with another person whom I've never seen, I've never watched, unfortunately. However, I'm privileged to be here. I work as a deputy director in the Directorate of Public Health and Environment, but specifically in charge of environment and sanitation in KCCA. Thank you very much for the opportunity you have given me to be part of this occasion. I would like to thank first and foremost the British High Commission, although in absentia currently, the head, for the scholarship, for the support to the, you call it cow, to the cow, and also for participating in this occasion. I want to thank the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda for your vibrance. Thank you so much. I want to thank also the participating schools. Let's give them a loud of applause. Thank you so much. I know you should have participated in the first day when we were trying to look at how do we get the schools to participate. You must thank God that you are part of this, because we have because you are aware the catastrophe that befell us slightly 2 years ago. That is when we had a waste slide within our landfill, and that actually claimed lives, and then also it actually caused economic loss, huge economic losses and displacement, which wouldn't have actually happened if we all played our roles. And we pray that it should be a learning lesson for us to improve. Now, why waste? One, there are two main reasons. Waste is a problem. You can define it as a problem, stroke a challenge. But also, waste can be an opportunity. An opportunity how? Because of its so many uses that can be explored from it. But as a challenge, I mean as an opportunity, we take waste as a resource. You are aware that we already in this country using so many resources that are actually already waste. Not so? So waste is defined as anything that you may not use in the next moment, which you don't want to use anymore. So if our colleagues from somewhere say, I don't want to use this shirt, you may see me putting on this coat or jacket, and am I not smart? But I can decide to turn it into waste after this meeting. I've seen especially our sisters, their clothes that they only attend one function and it's no more. Not so? The shamims, they are clothes that you put on for one function and you will never see her putting it on anymore. That one comes to us as waste. So, would I be wrong to say that maybe Muvumba is waste? It is. But it can be turned into a resource in one country called Uganda. So, that's why waste volumes are increasing actually faster than the population, because of the changed lifestyle. I think of late you are seeing many of us in offices do not go out. We use our phones to order for lunch or for meals from Cafe Javas, from KFC and other restaurants. And studies show that if you have lunch from Cafe Javas, lunch, you produce almost a half a kilo. The chili also comes with and all other issues. I mean, part of the ingredients. They are packed separately. I've seen it at KCCA. At the end of the day, all our bins are full with packaging materials. So that is the change of lifestyle, which has caused us actually is escalating the volume of waste. However, if we see it as a resource, we can actually reuse it severally. We can reuse it severally. We can reuse it severally. Now, studies show that in Kampala, on average, each one of us on a daily basis generates 0.67 kilograms of waste. So times 1.8 million, that is residential, but during the day, we are about 3.5 to 4 million people. So if you multiply 4 million times 0.67, that is the amount of garbage that we generate on each day in Kampala. However, just to tell you that we are actually generating 2,500 metric tons of waste in Kampala on a daily basis. So that's why we are saying it is a problem. Now, I would even define it as 2,500 metric tons of unsegregated waste. Now, if, for example, why do we say waste is a resource? Because it generates, it can generate income to other people. We have over 700 waste pickers at the landfill in Impigi. 700. What some people call them scavengers, but we call them waste pickers, who go into the landfill to pick out whatever they can reuse. So that is an income. I one time I've talked to them severally, the 700, and I told them, why do we stay in such an environment which is with an offensive smell to this level? And then many of them actually stay within the vicinity. That's why you had, when we moved away from Kitezi, they actually wanted to take us to court. They made appeals up to Parliament saying we bought our plots in Kitezi for proximity to the landfill, and that's how you cannot separate us from the landfill. So they had their reasons. Now, I think wealth has a very big potential. I'm saying this just to highlight to the students that take much interest can be used. It begins with you and me, because we are all generators of waste. That's why I, for one, I advocate that every individual, actually it is going to be universal payment for waste. There is no exception that this one can't afford, this one can't afford. Are you aware that every waste that comes to your home is because you have some money? You cannot collect waste in your home if you have not gone to the market, if you have not gone to fetch anything outside your home. So therefore I say that payment for waste is going to be universal. This is going to help us, even you yourself, to say no to unnecessary waste. Because you are going to pay for your waste basing on the weight. So that the more you say no, the less you pay for your waste. The more you accept unnecessary waste, the more you will pay. However, there is the other angle also. If you attract hazardous waste, that one the cost is different from the non-hazardous waste. My fellow students, how many hours now do we have for waste management? How many? Or you don't know the other theory? 5. Okay. 1. Reuse, recycle, reduce, refuse unnecessary waste. That's another R. Because have you realized that there is no toothpaste you buy which is not wrapped from the manufacturer? Then why do you accept a Kavera? Then why do you accept a Kavera? Even you are buying soap which is already wrapped. You are buying bread which is already wrapped. And then you are accepting more. So, then another R is rethink. Rethink before you accept. So, we are actually now we have 7 of them. Repurpose and so on. So therefore, I implore you as students to be the champions. To be the champions. How I wish, Madam Shamim, that we one time just pounce on. If actually I say we are all arrested, each one take us to your home. You will see Katogo at home. So we ought to be champions in segregating our waste streams, because these different waste streams compromise the quality of the other. For example, you can't mix organic waste with paper, and then paper will be already what? Lost. So, and then I've also implored our students. Do we have those who are at HSC? Put up your hand. Yes. Very soon, I think next year or the other, you are going to university. Not so? So your research should be in waste management. Explore. There are so many issues that are unknown, so that you can explore. And actually, we are now looking for particular professionals within the waste management sector. So that's an opportunity that I throw to you. Colleagues in the room, we, as KCCA, we really want to work with anybody who has unique knowledge about from this can actually supply industries like coal. It's called green coal, so that we are reducing on the cost of electricity bills. I thank you so much. May God bless you.
Mr. James Bond, before you leave, we would request you to kindly invite our guest, our key speaker, please, the representative for
Thank you so much.
PD.
I take this privilege and honor to invite you, Mr. Executive Director of KCCA, to address this congregation as a keynote speaker. Thank you.
All protocol observed in the interest of time, because I know other areas, so that when I come, I share with my colleagues those lessons, knowledge transfer. So we are honored that these are your efforts to transfer knowledge, and certainly that's the importance and the philosophy behind the Chevening program. To the young people, the median age for this country is 16.2. If I translate that, it means that the age that divides the 50 million people in this country into two halves is 16. Therefore, 25 million Ugandans are 16 years older than close to 80% of the people in Uganda. While that looks like we have fewer taxpayers, I think that's a very significant thing if us, the old people, put it to use very well. So when I see young people here from secondary school, these people says they are going to find. We need to drop the mentality of thinking that we are working for the next world, because we are taught in Christianity and Islam that when you die, you go to the next world. So we tend not to think a lot about the next generation, but instead we think about where we are going when we leave this world. Let's think more about how do we leave this world as opposed to when we leave this world, where do we go? I'm not saying we don't turn to Jesus Christ like James Bond has explained. We need to. But let's think about how we are going to leave this place. Think about 100 years ago. They targeted the younger people. They knew the older generation was already gone. So our eyes turn to you to understand that when I buy toothpaste, I do not necessarily need it to be packed the second time. It's not infectious waste that we pack 4, 5 times. When I am packing an Ebola sample, it is 5 layered because I do not want the infection. But is toothpaste, new toothpaste, going to infect you? It's already in a box, packed for you, but you still pack it in a kavera, and then pack it in a box, and then wrap it in a gift bag, and then hand it over to someone because you bring it as a gift 4, 5 times, as if it is sputum with TB in a bag, a single use bag, and you're going to put it in your car that is in parking. Do you really need a jerrycan packed? Can't you buy your jerrycan, hold it, and you go? Can we stop stigmatizing someone who is holding something that is not? You're rich, you're what? You're a minister, you're an ambassador, you're breathing the same. But this air is being polluted by burning waste. And you know that air pollution, air quality, climate change are actually not even brothers, and climate change is related to health. Directly and indirectly. So you have this waste issue scoring indirectly. So you have this waste issue scoring into air pollution, scoring into climate change, scoring into individual level health. Risk factor of what is likely to lead to your death. As another, in the general population, in the whole world, they are just next to number 2 in what is likely to lead to hottest month that mankind has ever seen. You can use your Google and search it. Ever since world records, search it. Ever since world records started. But also that segment of January, July of 2024 was the hottest ever. The word we want to hand over to the next generation. We must hand over a better world. Dear young people, like I started, I want to tell you to dream and continue dreaming. Dream until you solve the challenges that no one should deceive you. You are brighter than us. Man improves. There are no mutations and genetic things that are making you less bright. You know that. As we talk, we have we already have a group of people that have they come back from the moon. Recently they had traveled the farthest distance. From the earth that anyone has ever. So no one can tell us that we are getting data. No. We of them spending less than $1, but they are generating waste that within no time we have heaps and heaps of garbage. As I come towards the end, I would like to remind you, and especially the young people, that cities are champions of change in any country. Cities move ahead of national governments. We move ahead of national governments, not just in Uganda, but in many cities. Even political change usually starts from cities. It's scientific from cities. So by engaging the schools in the cities, these are going to transform. That's why my colleague James was talking about a rural guy who...
Because it affects us positively. So the mental health impact it has, like I've mentioned, it improves your cognitive, psychological and physical health. Yes. So when your attention span is much better, you're able to stay more attentive when you don't have things like noise around you, when you're not surrounded by poorly smelling air, right? So if we integrate air filters into our buildings, that's one of the things that happens in environmental engineering. Your mood as well you're less stressed, you're less tired, you're less frustrated as well. Self-regulation, you're not fidgeting, you're able to focus on what you're doing. Yes. And finally, of course, stress. Yeah. So this is what would happen if you involved in mental health, if you thought about mental health while you're also making plans for your environment. Strategies at play that we have. So environmental engineers' role is to sustain the environment and design things that help us. So we have the water and waste management, air pollution control, sustainable infrastructure. I feel that we could do more, especially for sustainable infrastructure that involves green materials, and also putting plants in your buildings like we have in here, like putting more plants helps with your breathing, because plants are natural air filters. That's one of the things. Finally, I hope to play a role because I'm aspiring. I'm waiting for the results to come out, but I'm aspiring to play a role in making this world a better place, in making Uganda a better place. So I hope to join NGOs. I hope to serve my community. I hope to raise more awareness for this vision that I have, because I know for a fact that if we think about our well-being as well as the environment, we can actually make positive change. Thank you so much for listening to me today.
Thank you, Shanice. Ladies and gentlemen, 9 schools today are ready to exhibit what they have in terms of waste management, sustainable waste management. Allow me to invite the Uganda Society for the Deaf Vocational Training Center to give us a musical presentation. The Uganda Society for the Deaf Vocational Training Center is in Namirembe. They exhibit what inclusive education is by ensuring that no student is left behind despite the disability they have. You're welcome on stage. Thank you. Yeah, music is a language. We can now enjoy the language.
I realized we were clapping, and it immediately caught my attention because, yeah. So I'll have our lovely sign language interpreter to just give us a few basics so that we are able to all communicate together. Please come.
Good morning, everyone. I'm by names of Nambatia Florence. I'm a sign language interpreter. I work at Entebbe International School. I'm an instructor for sign language. So I wanted to teach you something before they present. As they are done with their presentation, instead of clapping,
Praise the Lord, praise the Lord. God is good all the time, and that is his nature. Wow. We are students from Uganda Society for the Deaf Vocational Training Center. And my name is Narada Gloria. And we are going to give you a song entitled Goodness of God. Oh, goodness of God. I love you, Lord, for your mercy never fails me. Ooh, all my day. From the moment that I wake up until I lay my head, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. I've been faithful, and all my life you have been. With every breath that I'm able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. I love your voice. You have led me through the fire and in the darkest night. You've been close like no other. Ooh, I've known you as a father. I've never known you as a friend. Ooh, and I have lived in the goodness of God. Running after, it is running after me. Your goodness running after me. With my life, yes, I surrender now. Now I give you everything. Ooh, your goodness, yes, is running after me. Amen.
Yeah, thank you for that wonderful song. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, we can get off this. We say bye-bye to them. Thank you. Thank you for the love you're showing to them. Allow me welcome Melissa from Nabisunsa Girls to give her presentation.
Sir, a student from Nabisonsa Girls School. To all those Ugandans that know, do not know, and then pretend not to know the truth. Turning a blind eye on what we so-call the small mistakes that later become a big catastrophe is not ignorance, but rather arrogance. See, if I picked up that bottle and then posted it on my social platform, #Save Mother Nature. But keep in mind, I am the same individual that threw that plastic. Remember, institutions also have a tendency of organizing big events and then they serve water bottles just like the ones before your table, but the difference with their packaging, or as I like to say, their contribution to saving Mother Nature, is that on that bottle, the packaging has a small green leaf, and I mean very small green leaf, and that is their contribution to saving Mother Nature. See, climate change, or rather waste management, seems to be none of my business. I mean, we all tell ourselves, why would I pick 2 minutes of my time to pick up a plastic I didn't throw? But the so-called none of your business can later end up becoming your business in ways that may come off a bit misfortunate. I would love to share a personal story of a student all the way from Chitezi who used to say, nature is not my thing, it's not cool. I would rather be out there carrying the coolest bags or knowing the coolest songs than contribute to saving my environment. Until one unfortunate day, this same student watched their lives collapse, their chance at education change, and then now they live with the trauma of the 23 people who died in this landfill. See, we later come back to the solutions. The solutions are not big, but they can make big changes. We come back to our alphabet, the ABCs. We come back to awareness, behavior, community, sustainability. When I talk about awareness, I don't just mean putting up posters saying, save the earth, or pick up your plastics, dispose rightfully. I mean implementing the message on those posters. Do not stop at only hanging up the posters. Remind individuals each and every day as to why they should keep up that message on the poster. Advise someone to pick up a polythene, and then it comes back to our behavior. Be the individual who picks up that polythene, because an action of one person can then inspire communities to come together, to work together in order to improve our waste management. Because if I move on and pick up my plastic that I dropped, then someone in the back can be able to be inspired to pick up plastic, and then later on everyone in this room will know the value of disposing of their wastes properly. Then it moves on to sustainability. It seems a bit impossible that just mere picking up of my plastic can change or secure the future of generations to come. But it is very true and rather very possible. Because if we can work together to improve how we dispose of our waste, actually how we reuse, because if I can know the value in that plastic, if I can go and pick inspiration from all the projects that are being exhibited today in order to know how to reuse my plastic, I can secure the future for generations to come. As I leave this stage, I want to remind you, Martin Luther King once had a dream. He saw his dream come to pass. Now, I have a dream where Uganda, where the world at large knows how to not only reuse our waste, but give value to the so-called waste, because there might be beauty in what you call garbage. So remember, do not normalize saying it's your fault, it's his fault, it's her fault, but make it a part of you to say it's my fault. Because it's my community, it's your community. Change towards waste management begins with you, it begins with me, but above all, it begins with us. Thank you.
Wow, that's so brilliant, Melissa. Well done. Thank you. I picked one thing, beauty in garbage. I picked all of them, but that struck. Beauty in garbage. As we all know, 9 schools are ready to show what they can put across in terms of sustainable waste management. We have a panel of judges that is going to do the work for us at this moment. allow me ask them to introduce themselves.
Good morning to you all. I'm happy to be here. My name is Brenda Namanda, and I'm the manager for the youth banking segment at Stanbic Bank Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mugunga Emmanuel Freddy. I am the Undersecretary at the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, but I'm an alumni of the Chevening Scholarship. And I went to the United Kingdom to study Master of Science in Governance and Development Management. But that aside, there is something that brings me into trouble. You'll allow me just 1 minute to explain something small. One time I was almost got beaten at around Namugongo Shrine, around there. Why? I was driving and somebody ahead of me opened the window and threw a packet, a paper bag full of trash from Java House. They just opened the window and threw the thing. So what I did was to drive on the wrong side, went and parked in front of him and asked him to pick the garbage. The community and border orders instead came to harass me. But somebody in front, because he was driving a Subaru, I'm not against Subaru drivers, but because he was driving a Subaru, he threw that kind of what? Garbage. How many times shall we say government to Yambe when we are the ones generating this garbage? Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Colin Stoney, Birom Maeso. I am a civil engineer, climate change specialist, and a sustainability consultant working with UNDP, and special attached to the unit that deals with nature, climate, energy, and resilience. So waste management is an interesting area in our day-to-day activities, and we are here to learn, first of all, from the students, because they are the key innovators for today, but also the future is in their hands. They should be at the forefront of innovation if we are to solve this waste management problem. Thank you.
I'm Christopher Liberty, Senior Program Coordinator at Ashinaga, Uganda, but I'm also a Chevening alumni for the 2021-2022 cohort. The other cohorts make me feel old. I also don't know how Okot and Emmanuel feel when I say they make me feel old. I went to the London School of Economics and Political Science, and that's where I studied a Master of Science in Development Management. But I don't think that is why I'm here. I suppose I'm here because I implemented a similar project that was the ABCs. We had a little smaller budget. I don't know why Tina gave us a smaller budget. That's why we were working with only one school, Kansanga Seed Secondary School. I hope they're here. But the message is the same. We believe that climate literacy is the foundation of us seeing a better planet. And what else, where else can you emphasize this apart from our schools? Importantly, we have also learned that we have to pay it forward. Some of the discussions we had were related to the bags that we saw in the UK, where they had to sort the garbage, and almost every young child knew how to do this. When they were growing up, they knew that there's a specific waste that goes to a specific bin bag. But that we thought would be something that would start in our Ugandan schools and in our Ugandan communities. So this is where we are, and this is the second round of this similar project. I hope someone has to stop me, because I will not stop myself. Who is stopping me? Okay. Okay, please stop me.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to you all. My name is Martin Maweje. My background is civil engineering, but I've since specialized in technological advancements and also market systems in the area of sanitation. I'm currently a market systems development specialist with Water for People, which is an international non-profit that seeks similar technological advancements in the area of sanitation and waste, and building capacities of governments, utilities, and local governments in that area. So I'm very happy to be here, and looking forward to what we're going to witness this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now know who the judges are, and I hope you're ready as I am. Allow me welcome Shamim to take us through this project, to let us know which schools are participating and the vision and the mission. Thank you. You're welcome, Shamim.
Yes, good morning. Is it morning? Afternoon. How do I do afternoon? Oh, she says no. Yeah, good morning, everybody. And going through the schools during that training, it was important we learn a few things, so please let me show off, okay? This is me showing. So they gave me the name. I brag about it. Yes. So looking at the project in terms of the presentation to save time, I think we, like Chris has said, we all have the same vision. We all want the same thing. And when we came to, like I said initially, community giving back is a huge part of what we have to do. So when it came to what can we do, unfortunately for us, Chitezi happened when we were in the UK. So it was a no-brainer that this is something that every cohort member would be very much involved in and would be very much front and forward about it. So this is something, I think, speaking on behalf of my cohort, that we do take personal. Moving forward, this is the reason, and this was something that we did put forward, and I think Mr. James did literally pull out all the numbers, so I don't have to go through the numbers. But the catastrophe of it was really, again, to our own community and our own people. And the interesting thing for me was it happened in August. I think every person says that, and the news outlets did put that forward. And statistically, Uganda, August is supposed to be one of our driest months. So that's one of the things that makes you realize that actually global warming is real, no matter what we want to think about it. And we are facing, I don't want to say the first stages, but we are facing adverse effects of that. So thinking about that, our next solution was, what can we do? What do we do with the fortunate that we get at least an alumni funding opportunity? So we put out a proposal to actually provide a sustainable framework that can be used by KCCA, can be used by government, can also be adopted in the curriculum for the education. We all know the new curriculum that is coming up. So we were thinking, where do we start from? And our starting point is always the next generation, and that's the secondary school. And we have been fortunate. Our goal was 7 schools, but we got 9. And they all know that when I went back to inform them that we have to reduce the number because our budget only had allowed for 7. And we looked at it, making sure, again, it cuts across all kinds of inclusions. And our aim still remains the same. The same vision was to empower the change agents of tomorrow for sustainable waste management. Please move faster. Slide, please. I can, yeah. Yes, I should know that. How did we do it? This was quick. This is just us. We had a planning and design, and one of the outcomes that I did put forward was our internal execution strategy and also designing the framework itself. We took time to look at all aspects of the ABC to see how we can actually develop it and make it even more sustainable. Then we got into the stakeholder engagement and mapping, and we got, fortunately again, our key partner, Mr. James Bond, being very much accommodative and being part of this project. We were also able to get the trainers. We have 2 of them behind there, Reform Africa and Takataka, who is our partner as well. And then we had the East Africa Legislative, the Women Caucus, that was specifically on the gender lens. They were very much involved in that. But again, their vision was to take this on an East African level from the trainings and the learnings that we were able to gain. And obviously, CAU was a huge part of that, as all of us. And then our 4th stage is just looking at how do we sustain this. After all this is done, what is the next step for us? And this is where you students come in to show us what is next in terms of what we have done. Please move faster. Oh yeah, this is us. Yeah, let's show off a few of the people that were there. We have Tina, we have my team members, and yes, our lovely partner, Mr. James Bond, and myself. My name has been repeated so many times, so I'll just use myself. And down there, just let me give an acknowledgement, at least the teachers, that was Nabisunsa Girls. So we tried to have every of our stakeholder engagement that was still led by our member Edson, and then we move forward. Looking at the next in terms of methodology, this is where all the multidisciplinary aspects that everyone has been talking about had to come in and use those genius and brilliant brains of ours. And we came up with basically a data collection step, and then instructional approach where we would have modules to the students, and then experiential learning. This was a very much touch and feel, demonstrative, and then finally cognitive engagement, which was luckily led by a legislative. So we felt they're very equipped when it comes to critical thinking, and that's why we added a debate element to this, to today. So there is a lot of data analysis that we collected. James, I did promise you, I think one of the questions they did ask KCCA was, okay, so after all this, what do we, do? I said I will give you lots and lots of data that you could probably work with to see how we can move this further. And the most important part in terms of, please move forward. The most important part, I think, when it comes to our data analysis, there's a lot of it, but the one I really want to focus on was this. Just go back. This is the only one that I would put emphasis on, which is our impact outcome. So when you ask me, what was the benefit of all that? What did you do in terms of all that? What was the benefit? This slide is everything. We had a question at the end of our surveys that would ask students before the beginning of the trainings, where are you at the stage of waste management and sustainable management, right? And then we did ask them the same question. So interesting is we still followed the same steps. Awareness, behavior ownership, community habits, because that's where the community comes in, and then sustainability, which was a way of identity. So that's still the basis of every question we ask. But this question specifically, on the pre-survey, all the students, I said it won't be graded, but this is the grading. So they were at about 33.8. I know that's not clear, but I know that. It was about 33.8. And then when you look at the sustainability, it was about 18, I think, if I'm not wrong. So in the pre-survey, they were all aware. But when it comes to sustainability, which we are thinking of is how do you really think of the long term? Yes, you know about climate action, you know about waste management, you do know about Chitezi, but what is your plan in terms of the solutions for that? That was very low. So when we move to the post-survey, the same question, you see the awareness goes down because now we had to make them choose one. They go to sustainability identity, which means they're thinking of how they can influence, they're thinking of how they can change, and they're thinking of the long-term effect and the solution they're bringing forward. So this, for me, was the impact that we created. It is just not about the knowledge, but what are you going to do about that knowledge, not only today, but tomorrow. And beyond the data, just go through all this. Have a link, like I said, lots of data. Beyond the data, some of the things that we were able to successfully do, we do have the demonstrative element, beautiful stuff that was being done by Takataka, as you can see there. He told people West is wealth, and that was a song that was being sung at every school. And then we have us just being us. We donated trees. That was awesome for all of us and the members that were involved. And then we had one of our partners who's not been here as a trainer in terms of future thinking. He had a book that he would give, and what are the innovative ways you can think of when it comes to that sustainability element. I don't know, I thought the pictures were done. So yes, that there's a bit of demonstration. This is acknowledging some of our members. And in terms of, I love the fact that they would iron there with Reform Africa. So that was they enjoyed that. And a lot, I hope, of the things that we see were inspired by the demonstrative element, again, from the data. That was the demonstrative element was the most exciting part when they would think of everything. So what is next for us as we ask? A generation of change makers. That is what we are hoping to present to you today, and that is what we hope that this framework does do for us all. And that is me, and that is us, CAU. Thank you, everybody. So this was done so that when the children and students and everybody else will come here to present, we have a very wonderful judging panel. It is good for them to understand the background and everything they have done for. But again, it is also good in terms of just appreciating you, the students, for being here, for participating, and for finally showing us who you are as the game changers of the future. So do welcome.
Thank you very much, Shamim, for that wonderful insight. I think this is the moment we've been waiting for. On stage is Chitante. They're going to present their idea and how they can implement it. What is sustainable in their West and the kind of future they envision.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Mwesugwa Travin from Chitante Hill School, A-level student.
Together with Travin, I'm Simbwa Samuel from Chitante Hill School, A-level.
And today we are going to be presenting to you our innovative idea, CAPF, the one you saw. And what we say is that from waste to walkways. So that's what we make. These are the pavers as you can see them. These pavers are generated from wastes. What wastes do we use? We use plastic bottles and used oil. When you go to the garage to do your car maintenance and all that, there is some bit of residue that you leave there, right? So we try to utilize that and use and make these different pavers. So this CAPF stems from an idea where we noticed a problem, and that problem was simple. Plastic pollution is increasing rapidly, and there are just simple reasons to why. Plastic is cheap, plastic is used everywhere, even irresponsibly. That's why they're telling us to refuse in most cases. The other thing then would be that after us utilizing this plastic irresponsibly, what happens next? The environment is degraded, right? When we go to things like soil quality, when you go to when these plastics are dumped into water bodies, what happens to the animals? So we end up losing resources and all that. Remember, environmental biodiversity is very important to us. I've not yet moved to that slide. And then the last thing, the very big problem that we want to notice is plastics take hundreds of years to decompose. What does that mean? The plastic that is right on your table, you're going to die and it will stay. So what happens when they continue piling? Because they tell us over 250 million bottles are produced, because when you try to look at the metric of tons that are produced each and every day. So if these cannot decompose in just a week or even a day, what happens next?
Now what happens next? Travin, my colleague has told you that there are a lot of plastic bottles that we have, which brings our solution tonight, the EcoPave. This, as Travin tells you, is an idea inspired from plastic bottles. He has given you a very good number of the plastic we have. Even when we look at all around us, everyone, at least I think, has a plastic bottle over their table. Yes? So as Kitante, what we have done, we have tried to transform that plastic bottle you have into something that looks very nice, into something that is very sustainable. And firstly, on how we make this, on how we achieve the EcoPave. So we start with a plastic bottle. We start with a plastic bottle that we, first of all, that we are going to melt. Then I think, let me first tell you why we chose the plastic bottle. So usually when we are making pavers, as of we know, we are in an era of development. We can notice like the exclusive construction of roads that is going place. As you can see, the Masaka-Rakai Highway, they're trying to construct that road, yeah? But we are using a lot of, we are using like concrete, they're using pavers for like construction of those roads. So as Kitante, we think that since we already have a lot of plastic, and then the pavers that they're already using are very expensive, as Kitante, we choose to use the plastic bottles because they work as a very good substitute for the concrete and the water that you're using to make the pavers. The process goes, we start with a plastic bottle, we melt that plastic bottle into something molten, we mix it with sand, we have a sludge-like structure that we add into our mold that we have over our stall there. We add that to a mold and we let it dry to achieve this beautiful thing that you see here, because this was initially a plastic. This is actually plastic, yeah? Then why EcoPave and why it is the best solution that we have tonight? Firstly, we just achieving only one paver, we have used a lot of plastic bottles. The statistic here is we use 1,000 bottles per paver. That just shows you the extent we have of recycling the plastic that we already have. Yeah, because we have a lot of plastic. Earlier, a speech was given, and we got a statistics of how we have 2,500 plastic bottles being produced daily. Now imagine we are using just 1,000 to make one paver. Imagine the instance where we are supposed to make 10 pavers, yeah? We think that EcoPave is the best solution because even in regard to the ABCs that we already have, it can show you how we are already aware of the plastic, of the high number of plastic we have within society. Then for the B, the behavior, it shows you how we care about the environment. We want to take out all that plastic, and we are taking every action we have. Then for the C, the community engagement, EcoPave has been a coalition of a lot of people. The debate club in Chitante, the environment club, we had a lot of community engagement for easy collection of those bottles. And then for sustainability, Travin has told you how long a plastic bottle takes to melt. Imagine we've turned this into something very beautiful. That is why we tell you that garbage sometimes is very beautiful. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Said Sahil Ali, Chitante Hill School.
And my name is ATS Evlo, Chitante Hill School.
So, as you can see, I don't know if it's visible enough for everyone, but as you can see, most of the people out there came up with projects using plastic bags. But then we realized that something is being missed out, and it is the glass bottles, right? Glass bottles, as Uganda is in Africa, is one of the biggest consumers of alcohol. So we're like, let's use the alcohol bottles because they are in plenty, right? So we came up with an idea of, rather than throwing these outside in the gardens and stuff, because we all know glass is like plastic. Firstly, it doesn't decompose, but secondly, it also blocks the drainage system of the sand, right? So we were like, rather than just disposing it off in the environment, we could just make something that is very durable and something that can be used for over and over for generations, right? So that is how we came up with our project called GLAMPS, which was a combination of glass and lamps, right? So the project, glass has different impacts on the environment, and one of the biggest problem we are finding from glass is that if you are cut by glass, the first thing you'll get will be tetanus, right? So if we are to collect glass and make such, we will be actually improvising and kind of reducing on the number of tetanus cases in the country. Thank you.
Okay, good morning to you all. My name is Noah Emmanuel, a student from Chitante Hill School. So on how we made these glamps, most of you are actually wondering how they didn't cut us, but there's some physics behind all this. So once you get a strong thread or a strong rope, or probably a thread, and then you tie it around the part you want to cut, and you pour ethanol on it, and then dump it, and then let's say place it into cold water, the part just goes away. So that's how we are able to cut them into different shapes, right? So now still on, I think we are actually like, in most cases, people forget about the glass bottles and mainly focus on plastic bottles, right? So I think it's our best opportunity to like focus on these glass bottles since they are more durable than any kind of material. With all that, thank you.
Thank you very much, thank you very much, Chitante Hill School, for your exhibition on sustainable waste management. Allow me invite Ambassador Philip Idro from Operation Wealth Creation. This is part of the programs under Operation Wealth Creation, and we really look forward to see that government supports these kind of ideas for sustainable environment.
Thank you very much. This is better? Ambassador. My colleagues, the judges, I understand you are all engineers, so I think you are the cause of these problems. The students here, of course, Shamim. I want to thank all of you for coming out here to be together, to understand and to solve our common problems. And in appreciating that, I want, first of all, each of you to greet each other because we are all friends. Can you please greet your neighbors? The students greet each other. I know you are from the same school, but you are supposed to be friends as well. And then I also want you to say something nice to your neighbor. Yes. There you go. Yes. Nehao, nehao, nehao. Pong yoren. Yes. I am sorry I interrupted the program because even me, I came knowing that I was going to see all these demonstrations and I was going to sit in the beautiful company of our High Commissioner from UK who is here. But alas, I have to go to Chankwanzi. There are some things there. You know how angry Uganda has been because of the riggings between the parties, and then they claimed riggings and all this. So we want to go and find the truth and discuss so that the country is more relaxed. So allow me to go and solve part of that, join my colleagues, and then I've asked Shamim if she can take me to these schools so that I can have more detailed attention. But the most important thing is that OWC is here. I'm going to report this again to General Saleh, who knew I was coming, because I think this is part of the very things OWC should be doing, solving problems. We go to offices to sit and understand and solve problems. And this is what we are going to do, and I can see when the British have again sponsored our youth. to solve problems. That's the fundamental direction which I think every nation should do. We thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you so much. So basically, this thing of wastes, I don't know how many of you are Muslims and Christians. If you read your Bible and Quran properly, you actually find that even there it is mentioned that there are no wastes. But if you don't address it, it becomes a waste. So what does the Bible and the Quran say? It says that a cow drinks water, it gives you milk, it eats the grass, it gives you milk, it gives you meat, and then when you eat and drink the milk, you of course have to go and remove it from your body so that it becomes fertilizer for the grass, and the cow again goes and eats the grass and drinks water, and then it gives you milk, which you eat, and then you go and spread it all over as urea and other things, then the grass grows. So it's already a circular movement. Now the issue is we have not been following this, and when I say it is engineers, because the engineers have done so many things which they have not made digestible after, so you get things like plastics. It's really a technology issue. When today you are talking about wastes which are difficult, which are unbiodegradable, it is the engineers who created it. The good news is that they are also finding ways of making it degradable. I have now been to certain restaurants where you eat from the plate, which is made from rice or from maize, and after eating, you eat the plate. I have been to restaurants whereby you pour water or juice in a container made of glass, made of rice or maize or peas. After drinking, you eat it. So it is really a technological issue. Now, I am told even these plastics, you can put them in certain chemicals, and again you get oil. Or you mix it with certain substances, and it becomes liquid again. So technology is finding its solution, which again tells me, and I think all of you, that this is creativity at work. I had the young people here talk about creativity, and to me that is very important, because as children of God, and God said we are in his image, and he created, so we must create. It only defeats us for a short while when we have not addressed the matter seriously. But now if plastics can be changed back into petrol or diesel, I think we're extending the creativity to its final conclusion. So I am not worried in the final analysis. I'm just worried of the temporary situation when we haven't reached the stage to convert it to a completion. And therefore, when the program is teaching the young people and they're already creating a solution, I think it is in the right direction. And it should end with a biodegradable product so that we don't have dangerous things in our midst. And I think if we continue our relationships with the British as we have it now, I'm sure we are going to get answers to very many of these obstacles or temporary obstacles. I am going to report what I have seen here to my boss, who is in charge of wealth creation, because this is actually wealth creation from waste. Recently, those of you who are in Kampala noticed we had what they call Operation Dark Matters. We went into the slums and collected all the dark matters, and now everybody in the city council is also following suit, because I think they have again reawakened to realize that there doesn't have to be any wastes in any country if you apply science properly to it. So on that note, I want to just conclude by saying I've loved these few minutes I've been here, and once again I want to appreciate the British High Commission and of course the Chevening, Chevening Alumni for making it possible, and to thank all those who have participated in it and in executing it by making the students aware. This is a very big and an important program, and I will not miss to explain to my colleague MPs in Chankwanzi when I meet them today and tell them that there is a solution. And because of that solution, let's make a budget to follow through, because you are the ones who determine this. And I hope when we come together with some MPs to visit some of the schools, you will be ready to show, so that the government budget can also come on board and bring us solutions on this matter. I want to thank you very much. I want to apologize for interrupting the program, but I am sure from what I've seen, it will end very well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Philip. Thank you very much. We look forward to seeing what these schools can do with the Operation Wealth Creation. Kawempe Muslim School, please come on stage to present your idea.
A very good morning to you all. We are really privileged to be here. We are the crew.
Just a second. Kawempe Muslim, just to remind you, every team is using 10 minutes. So if you don't finish your presentation in 10 minutes, we shall stop you, and that means losing marks. Thank you. Yeah, you can start. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our dear judges. Before our presentation, we're going to first watch a trailer.
Years about the challenges of climate change. We are going to change this world through planting trees. Informing anyone who needs to know about climate change, who is us, lead the way to a better nation.
This is not a stunt to make you a garbage collector, but someone that does care about the environment. Because the world you create today is the world that will exist for generations to last.
Be part of the project to make this nation better for the children.
From we deposit, because this waste cannot stay with us. Remember, it begins with you before it goes to your institution. And remember, before it gets out to the government, out to the school institutions and other institutions in the society, it begins with us, with picking up the rubbish we have in society. Big part of this drive to make the society a better place for everyone.
So, this is where the production process starts from, of making a raincoat. It starts with picking the material. So, this is the ironing process. So, when we are ironing, we have to put the baking papers on the ironing surface so that the material does not stick. Then we put the polythene, and then we place the baking papers on top so that for it not to stick on the what? On the flat iron. Then we have to iron the material. As you're ironing, you have to make sure you're ironing on a low heat so that you don't burn. Until the material hardens. Yeah. So this is the product after ironing. This is what you get. This is how hard it becomes. So this is what we create after the ironing and the mending. I will put the product. Okay?
Remember Fahad is my name, a student at County Muslim Secondary School. I'm currently in my Form 5. I'm the founder of the Purpose Club and the former president. I founded this club when I was in my Form 3. The main initiative was to bring together students through unity to create innovations and solutions to the environment. So I want to thank the school administration, I want to thank our club patron, Mr. Shinji Moses, and all the team for Youth with the Purpose School around the school. I also want to thank the British High Commissioner through the CAPF program for funding this and making sure that it brings us as students to engage in such solutions that create sustainability solutions to the environment for the long run and keeping our earth and nature clean.
Our Go Higher project is inspired by our theme of the year, which is self-discipline, determination, and innovation. As the head prefect of this school, Hussein Kagogeza, allow me thank our lovely school administration for thinking of such a great theme that has inspired these young minds to come up with a sustainable solution towards climate change.
Okay, the video has been shot by Daily Grind. So Daily Grind is a youth podcast. It's only responsible for personal growth and motivation, student initiatives, uncovering stories of the different successful youths in society. So keep up with Daily Grind. The shows are there on YouTube. We are on YouTube, we are on Facebook, every different platform we have you quote. It's none other than Katosara, the executive director of Daily Grind podcast. Yes.
Nakalisa Swabra.
So allow me break the ice from the trailer. From Koimpe Muslim Secondary School, we are not presenting just a single product. We are presenting an initiative, and it has 3 phases. It is inspired by 4 major principles. That is awareness, behavior change, community engagement and habits, and sustainability. So as you can see, the first thing is having the youth create products from waste. For example, the raincoats, we were able to show you how they collected the rubbish and they're able to make such sustainable products. And please, as we are leaving, do not leave these products with us because we have bought them for you. The second is that we have an initiative of empowering the youth to know more about the environment. We have Daily Grind. You see this gentleman here. It is an online that gives the youth information about the environment and many other topics. So we also have this in mind. Then the last thing I want to present, and I request for your ears, is the app. Climate change has come in a situation where we are having a very high level of digitalization. As Kampa Muslim Secondary School, we have created a digital app to make sure that we create a sustainable solution. So as you can see, you can be able to sign in and create an account. Every citizen of the country can have an account. You can choose, select a role, on whether you're going to be a vendor or you are going to be a citizen that reports cases or anything like that. So on this app as we proceed, I'm going to be able to explain all aspects. All right, so that is the app. As you can see, the theme from our school this year was innovation, self-discipline, and determination. So I want you to go to the report issue. The major reason as to why we don't have sustainable solutions is because we don't have people reporting where exactly the rubbish is and what exactly can we do when we have that rubbish. So there, any citizen can file a report. You could be moving in a taxi and you spot a spot with rubbish. This goes on to the authorities, and we request the KCCA to support this because this is something that does not exist. You could be on a boda, but you spot rubbish. For us to create a sustainable solution, all of us should actively engage into reporting what the real problem is. So garbage pick up. We all know currently in Kampala, we have the people picking garbage after a week or anything like that. There's a lot of, I could have a function at home. There's a lot of waste that stays stagnant, not being recycled. So you can order, you select the type of waste that they are coming for. Is it organic? Is it general household waste? And this helps us to ease the process of recycling because we know what exactly we are coming for. So you can select a pickup date. It could be it could be immediate. So you select the date and schedule a pickup on this app. So the second part there, and what this does is to promote the behavioral change into the individuals so that everyone can actively engage into fighting climate change. Now, when we go to the hotspots, the authorities can be able to identify where exactly do we have too much rubbish, where exactly do we have too much depositing. So those hotspots help us to identify based on the reports we receive from the citizens. The other part is the company feed. So the company feed, on the company feed, we have partners posting and informing citizens about various initiatives. That is from KCCA, we have the British High Commission. We can have very many partners going on to inform citizens about quite a number of things and giving citizens the information they need. Because for us to fight climate change, we need the citizens to be aware. So this app can be able to give you that information. Then we have the sustainability part. On the sustainability part, we have very many students that are going to present products here. But the question is, can we sustainably buy these products? That is why I encourage everyone that has made products to come to us so that we can create market for these products. On the sustainability part, we have these products being taken to the market or having individuals know about where exactly to get them. Because there are very many people out there that want to buy these products, but they don't know where to get them. So on the sustainability part, you can see we have all those products at school, only that we were able to move with these ones. I encourage other schools to come, let us partner, because for us to create a high degree of sustainability, we must have market for these products. Then on the education part, citizens can actively access articles. How can I recycle? When should I recycle? What should I do to recycle? We can have a high level of education that comes from that part, and anyone can actively engage in fighting climate change. Then the last part is the AI assistant. So our AI assistant is your best friend in fighting climate change. Do you need any level of information? Because we live in a digitalized world. All of us are scrolling a screen here and there. So fighting climate change on this app is only a tap away. Only a tap away. Do you want to access a sustainable product? Only a tap away. You don't need to call. You don't need to do all those sorts of things. So the future advancements, we don't want this to stop with Kampala. We want this to go further. We want to take it to Britain. We want to take it everywhere. Because solving climate change in Kampala does not solve climate change for everywhere. So we need all of us to adapt this app, all of us to use this app so that we can create a sustainable solution. And what this app does for the authorities is that we can follow up, we can actively follow up, we can hold people accountable, we can easily identify those spots, and also the citizens are actively engaged. Thank you very much for listening. This is Kawempe Muslim Secondary School. Go higher.
Thank you so much, team. That is very innovative. But of course, the judges will tell us if your idea is the best. But I love it. Thank you so much. Next on stage is Nabisunza Girls. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jauhara Sudais, a student of Nabisunsa Girls School. Here, going to present to you a skit under the theme, Nabisunsa the Implementers. This land was once a clear land. Sorry. This land was once clear. Clear air, tall trees, and everyone with animals living in peace. When nature suffers, humans suffer too. We don't have clear air, the trees are not there to provide for us rain, and we also lack enough food. So what can humans do?
Excuse me, what are you doing? Stop what you're doing. This isn't right. Who are you to tell me what to do? There are always other options. What are you doing? Are you seeing any other option here? Yes, I am. I say you look like someone who should know. Through wildlife, there is promotion of tourism and production of food. I take why you're here.
We can also plant trees. This which can grow fruit, which can be eaten and sold. Stop watching and conserve the environment for the future.
Oh my God, I didn't know the harm I was causing. What can I do to help?
We all have choices.
Destroy or protect.
Your decisions determine whether we survive or not.
Every small step, like planting a tree, makes a big difference.
Let's all choose the right path.
No matter the purpose of the action. Life and our family.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nekesa Darlene, and I'm here with my project, a gravity-based water filter under the theme, Nabisunsa the Implementers. So the main objective of this project is to filter out wastewater so that it can be used for domestic use. There are different things here that help in the filtering of wastewater. So when we pour in the water, the charcoal helps to remove like chemicals, the impurities, and the toxins, and helps to improve color and odor in the water. So like, this is just a demonstration. The soil helps to filter out the microorganisms, the debris, and the rock. The rock helps to trap the particles, the large particles, like for example, leaves, plastics. And then here it has got some kind of problem, but in the actual demonstration, it works. It works because it helps to improve everything, and the water can be clean and used for domestic use. Yeah, later, and you can use it effectively. Yes, this is just a demonstration, but when you try it out, it works with clean charcoal. The clothes I got from around the school, yes, which help to separate the layers, and this works effectively, and the water can be used for domestic use. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Ilewi Linda Brianna, and I'm a student of Nabisun Sagal School, and I'm here to present you a project under Nabisun Sagal Implementers. So this before you is a wind energy production model, and it works through. So these are turbines. When wind blows them, electricity is induced into them, where it's transmitted through the wires to different appliances in our homes, like bulbs and other appliances. So this project is majorly to help us. As you can see, it is 100% waste material. You can see plastic, paper, metallic waste. So this is helping us to promote waste management, in that these wastes can be recycled and used to build windmills, because they are melted. They can be used to build windmills and turbines. And this project is not only promoting waste management, but also it's providing us with clean energy, because there's nothing this project is causing negatively to the environment. It's not emitting greenhouse gas, and on top of that, it's improving our health, because we are not seeing any carbon gases being emitted off this project. So it's 100% sufficient and suitable for the environment. And I want to remind you that we need to take on these projects and implement them in our country, because there's no planet B. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, the elegant ladies and the alagacious gentlemen. My name is Andrea Martha Hope, here to talk about plastic pollution under the theme, Nabisunsa, the Implementers. So, when I look around this room, there's so many plastics everywhere. But when we look at this planet, it's not disposable. There is no planet B, meaning that if we don't take immediate action, then we shall be left with no home, and the human race will eventually die. According to statistics, plastics take over 100 to 500 years to disintegrate, and other than that, the plastics form microplastics when they degrade, and they end up entering into our bodies. Even in the placenta, they become a component of our DNA. So what does that initiate? It means that the future generation will suffer problems, cancers, and so many things. So this project of mine I came up with is the flower vase. It's made from a simple bottle, a simple plastic bottle, as you can see, and it's very beautiful and lively. And then this other project I came up with is, you know, one of the reasons why people dump rubbish is like when I enter this room right now, and then I realize that the bins within the area are full, I'll just end up throwing the rubbish anywhere else other than throwing them in the bin. So what I came up with in this project is a plastic shredder, in that when you throw the rubbish in, it shreds the plastic and reduces its mass, meaning that you'll be able to throw more rubbish in, and the rubbish will be great. So when the rubbish is great, it will be less, and then it can be taken to great industries like Taka to be used, to be transformed into something better. Yes, thank you.
All protocol observed, good morning. My name is Chirabo Alison Gabriela, and I am here under the theme, Nabisusa Girls School, the Implementers. Nabisusa Girls School is built on a very big plot of land with over 1,200 students, and everywhere there is plastic. These projects represent the participation of Nabisusa Girls School under the theme, Nabisusa the Implementers. These projects are based on the the ABCs, which are awareness, behavior ownership, community habit, and sustainability. The projects include a windmill, a water filter, gravity-based water filter, modeling under the title Creative Recycling, as well as a plastic shredder. These implementations are as follows. Students in the school were able to advocate to the administration for labeled bins, so that we can reduce on the poor waste segregation, which is the poor separation of different kinds of wastes, because they're supposed to be handled differently. Some students were able to put together a skit which shows the effects of cutting down trees, as well as the importance of wildlife conservation. And some students were able to put together different projects, such as the windmill and the plastic water filter, which shows you that these can be recycled. some students were able to show their talents in modeling different kinds of attires under the theme Creative Recycling. These designs can be used anywhere. No, they can be used by people who want to recycle. The plastic can be used in many different ways, and if we start now, change starts now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are students from Nabisensa Girls Secondary School. My name is Abirahanga Nadia Ngonzi, together with Samara Hanna, here to show you one of the ways in which we creatively recycled waste materials such as the polythene bags and the paper by making creative waste products. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nabisensa Girls. Beauty in West. That's what we see right now. Thank you very much. Before we get into more presentations of students' ideas on sustainable waste management, allow me invite Nicholas to invite the British High Commissioner to give her speech. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Earlier on, I was here in the morning, and I promised you that we love young ones because they are very innovative and they actually give us a lot more feel. We have 9 schools, as was stated earlier on, and we have received very good speeches from our guests earlier on, and we have so far done 3, and the 3 have really done very well. You've seen how you can transform plastic into tiles that can pave your compound. We have seen how you can use the glasses to make lighting and so forth. That's from Kawempe, and also from Chitante. And then of course we have seen the app from Kawempe, and of course Nabisensa has just shown us a lot more. I'm here once again to invite the High Commissioner to give you a few words before she can leave. She has experienced it, and she will also have a look through the videos at the remaining 6 that she has not experienced. But as Chevening Alumni Association, we prefer to develop and nurture leaders. So through this project, we have been nurturing one of our leaders. And I would prefer the leader that we have nurtured through the project to do the final invitation herself. So Shamim, come in. You are the leader of the project. I'm the president of the association. You'll invite the High Commissioner. Thank you. So Shamim is our project lead for this project, and Chris told you earlier on he was the project lead for a similar project some times ago. So Shamim would take the leadership and invite the British High Commissioner to Uganda.
Yes, I said pressure is a privilege. It's been a pressure being a project lead, but this is the privilege I get. So, Your Excellency, please, you're welcome, and we are honored for you to be here.
Thank you. That's a lot better, isn't it? So, okay. Well, let me start perhaps by saying Mwebele Inyo. Is that how I do it? How do I do thank you? Mwebele Inyo for a really, really uplifting morning. My goodness. When I had in my diary, I just had like 2.5 hours on waste management. I thought, what am I doing? What did my team sign me up for? But this has been a truly inspiring morning. And that started Uganda Deaf Society. Thank you. Thank you very much for setting the tone this morning. Can we say thank you to Uganda Deaf Society again? Thank you. And to all of our presentations, really inspiring. Brilliant site. We've got students, we've got teachers, we've got the KCCA, we've got partners, all connected by one big idea, one really important idea. And that's that change doesn't start somewhere else with someone else. Change starts with you. with me, with you, with all of us. That's what we've heard today. Melissa, where's Melissa from Nabisunsa School? Thank you, Melissa. I love that. Ignorance is arrogance, isn't it? Absolutely. So change starts with all of us. Now change also means trying new things, doesn't it? Having a bit of an experiment. So I'm very grateful for our signers today. I'm very grateful for Florence, who started us off. I'm going to try something I've learned, and you can tell me if this makes sense. Okay. What I was trying to do is that change starts with you. Okay, I got a round of applause there, so at least hopefully that makes sense. Now, when I look around the room, I am inspired by all the creativity, the energy, the brilliant ideas. And I said to you, I thought, oh, waste management, what's that? Why is it in my diary? I think I have really heard how it is one of the most powerful ways to transform how a city lives, how a city breathes, how a city grows, how a country develops and leaves nobody behind. Because you've taught me through all of your presentations this morning, we're not just thinking about waste as rubbish. All these inspiring presentations have taught me, you know, things like nature suffers when humans suffer. That's what we heard from Nabisunsa this morning, didn't we? We heard that waste makes you think about health, you know, pollution and threats to life, actually, when waste is poorly treated or badly dumped. We heard that waste is wealth, didn't we, from Dr. Alex's first thing. Waste is about jobs and opportunity, that the creative economy, the circular creative economy, reduces waste and it creates jobs. So Kawempe School and the Chichante schools gave us some really good ideas there. Now, through the Students for Sustainable Management project, waste management project, I'm really excited by this. More than 10,000 students across all the 5 divisions of Kampala. Now, you've shown us, all of you, what leadership looks like in practice, changing behaviors, creating community habits. And I would say, think of yourself, not just that this project is a one-off, you're all part of a movement. You know, you've changed minds, maybe you've changed your parents' minds or your teachers' minds. Now, you've heard a lot about Chevening. Can I ask every alumni, every Chevening alumnus, can you put your hands up if you've been achieving? I know we've got some in the High Commission as well. Yeah, exactly. So you see these alumni here. Now, Chevening is a fully funded 1-year master's program in the UK. You can go study any university, you can study any course. And it's often described as just a scholarship, but to me it's a lot more than that. It is a scholarship, but Chevening doesn't end when you come back to the UK and you've graduated. The real value comes when the scholars come home. I know you've seen many of them here, and they take what they've learned in the UK and they turn it into something practical and local and useful. And the project that we're all celebrating today, that's funded the Chevening Alumni Programme Fund, and that's focused squarely on solving real issues and real challenges. Now, I can see that Shamim's very busy, but can we all say thank you to Shamim Ibrahim for her leadership on this? So Shamim, this is exactly what these projects are meant to do, meant to take ideas into practical actions. And it's also partnership in action, because this is between alumni, it's between schools, it's between teachers and parents, KCCA, so thank you very much to our director, James Bond. And I think KCCA, I just want to celebrate your role in really leading city-level waste management, environmental management. This is a tough, tough job. So can we show our appreciation also of James and KCCA? Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, the UK's work on climate and environment in Uganda is about these types of partnerships, from everything that we do, from clean cooking, supporting clean cooking, to climate finance, to infrastructure projects that actually take the load off and support climate resilient agriculture and development. But we believe in partnership because climate and the environment and challenges in waste management, they're not solved in conference halls or in international meetings. They're solved by the choices that every single one of us, the daily choices that we all make. So at the British High Commission, we separate waste, we compost organic material, we recycle what we can. We use garden waste to mulch our grounds. Our staff take part in beach cleanups. We try and make it part of day-to-day life. Today I'm wearing a recycled bag from Reform Africa. So Reform Africa actually collected recycled waste, actually from the Chitenze landfill site that we talked about earlier. So if you can take away waste, as you've heard from some of the schools, you can create jobs and support the economy. Now, on their own, any one of these little things might feel a bit small, right? You might think, well, how am I making a difference by choosing a bag or not choosing a plastic bottle? But when thousands of us make these small choices, not just as a one-off, but as part of our lives every single day, now that's when we make a difference. So we in this room, if we do a little thing every day, part of our lives, we can make a difference. So no thing is too small. So that brings me to that most important message. Change starts with all of us. Change starts with you, yeah? And that's exactly what this project has shown. So I want to really get the chance, I wish I could stay for longer, I want to get the chance to look around a couple of the stalls. I'm going to see the presentations after it. I really want to try on a raincoat. Can I try on a raincoat? Yes, definitely, so I'm going to do that. So just a couple of messages to close. To all of the students here, thank you for inspiring me. You are already leaders and change makers. This is not about leading tomorrow when you've got the title. You are already leading in your schools and your communities, and I salute you for it. Keep doing it. A livable planet needs people like you. Now I learnt a proverb that's all about the role of young people in sustainability. So you've seen me try my sign language. You can tell me if you understand this. Emiti, emito, jeji gumisa, echibira. Little trees are the ones that make the forest thicker. Maybe I need to have more work on that. But actually, your leadership is going to be what makes the difference. And to our Chevening alumni, our wonderful Chevening alumni, you are role modeling what it really means to give back. That's exactly why you were chosen out of the thousands and thousands of people that applied for Chevening scholarships. So you're showing what it means to give back. Please stay engaged and inspiring others to do that. Thank you to everybody for all the work you've done, all these exciting presentations. Keep it alive. Don't let it be just a one-off project. And enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. So I've been informed that our lovely friends have a gift that one of the partners helped them put together from recycled polythene. So please do come forward and we can hand it over to her, Your Excellency. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm excited.
Thank you. Can you explain to me what I've got here? This is very exciting. I can't believe that this is from Recycle. Okay, no problem. Thank you. Is anyone able to describe this? This is very exciting. Okay, no problem. Well, can everyone see? Can you see what we've got here? So this is a recycle. I would not. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I would not have guessed that this beautiful thing is from a recycled product. So it goes to show there is beauty in absolutely everything. So let's not think of waste products. Let's show what we've got. We've got the stool here as well. Wow. Can you see this? Now, I need a stool. I'm very excited. This is a fantastic product. Thank you. Thank you very much. So if ever we needed an excuse, that a description that change starts with you, we're seeing it. And what is this one? Oh, okay. I like this. So when I have to go to these long meetings and I'm standing in a field and I'm wishing I could sit down, I need to have this with me. So can we say well done and thank you to the colleagues? Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank
Just
you.
One key. I was told that polythene that they melt and then it flows as ink. So they made polythene ink, which is quite interesting for me. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So we'll just start the exhibition from here so that she's able to see what, there was a lot of ideas. By the way, I emphasize that they had so many ideas. That's why we gave them the exhibition. Like whatever doesn't fit in the project, please put it there so we can all see. So please.
But then we need somebody to, Florence is going to come.
Thank you all for coming. This is my name, Mohammed Ismail. I'm from Uganda School for the Society for the Deaf, vocational training. I want to explain something about what we've given our commissioner. What you see in the map, it means protecting the environment. How? We did that through using the polythene bags. The polythene bags, we collected a bit of them from the waste. We collected and we melted and we prepared that for our guest. Thank you so much. I saying there it is for 30,000. This one.
So we'll just start from here. James, please come along and you get to see. Yes.
Grace, next door. Which is practical. Well done. Wow, these are beautiful. So my goodness, tell me what we have here. These are great. That's really cool. I love that. That's brilliant.
Which one is Takataka? Yes, I like the colour as well, actually. I like the blue. I like this. Now we have a lot of rain in the UK. So this is actually what I need, isn't it? There we go. And hold it's waterproof. And the headpiece is waterproof. See? Yeah. That's what
I'm going to have to buy one. I'm going to have to buy one. These are amazing. Thank you so much for the inspiration. There's been some really brilliant ideas. Thank you for giving me the idea to do this. Chevening is a great time. Thank you very much. Brilliant. I feel very inspired to find out. Thank you. And I need to, I saw the app, I am going to just make so, and you can explain this. I am because we're school. I'm so sorry. Let me do that. These are great, aren't they? So, oh yes, sorry. Ladies, thank you very much. I'm sorry that I'm absolutely
I think that's definitely a winner, isn't it? In fact, something like that for Poppy Day, I think would be a really good idea. Thank you. I'm so sorry I don't get the chance to stay, so I've got to disappear. I'm going to look online afterwards, but thanks for all your Lawrence. Oh, no, I recognise all of these. Yes, exactly. Thank you, thank you. You've really inspired me. I was very, very impressed today. So thank you. I'll make sure we give the money for these. Yeah. Yes. If you can get the
Then this is my page. I think they have a whole recycling department.
Wow, goodness me.
You can see all this. On their behalf, they're making shoe polish out of
shoe polish.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right
What's
there.
happening here? There are such brilliant ideas. I just wish I had more time. That was fantastic.
Thank you, guys.
Keep doing it. Very inspiring. Goodness me.
Right. Midland, probably our last school.
Wow.
Yeah.
What have we got here? These are brilliant. So lots of products for the home. This is
I had forgotten.
Yeah, I can. These are great. The bags as well. Yeah, the bags are fantastic. And I like a recycled bag. So yeah. Thank you. And this is a decoration. I'm glad to see a gorilla there as well.
And then
yeah. It's not heavy at all.
yeah.
Okay. Wow.
That's
There are
why
some
we had to have this final one.
Gosh.
Thank you guys.
Got lots of things. Thank you so much. I wish I could stay
And
longer.
this is the
Sorry, I've got
robotic
too much, but
side.
thank you very much. Wow. Oh my word. What have we got here?
So this is the Mathematics International School.
Yep.
We are working with a lot of plastics. So we 3D print now. Like for example, this is PVC.
Yeah.
Then we also printed this handle.
I love that. Yeah.
We have a drone.
Oh my goodness, everyone has a drone these days.
Yes, and then we have power banks that we printed. Yes. So we convert the plastics into filament.
Yeah.
So then we use it to 3D print.
Wow. Okay. I've
Such
never thought about that.
Like 58 bottles of this can make a filament.
Which can make 20 of these and 10 of these.
I love it.
This is the Innovation Club, right? Yes. Led by them.
Okay, this is brilliant. This is really inspiring. And do you think these can be sold, or what do you
we're going to be selling them. We can demonstrate if you have.
I think I'm gonna be a bit stopped.
Yes.
If you can give the details, what I want to do is check it out online, and also anything that I can do supportive on social media. Yeah, he's going to come back. Yes, exactly. But thank you. This is really you've been active. You too, very briefly, but thank you so much. This is great.
Okay, well done. So is this a project you can implement in your neighborhood? I'm going to go to the school and see if this is working. It's not working. Please. Who said this one actually works? When it's the demonstration is supposed to be working here?
Thank you. In about a minute, we will have a new class to also come and present so you can prepare yourself.
I wouldn't even say it's very sure. Is it for this particular
Not for this particular
one? Come up with it?
We came up with the idea in the process of this because we had this and we decided to add something to this.
So how are you going to
So can we have Midland High School on stage, please? Thank you.
Please stop moving this way. It's starting up a wildfire in my heart. Hope it's what you want, not just what you do. You're starting up a wildfire in my head. Hope it's what you meant, not just what you do. This love is so costly. It's killing me softly. Don't know what to call it. This thing that you started. You make it look easy. The way that you lead me into the fire.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention, please? I ask that we take our seats and give audience to the next school to give their presentation. May I request that we take our seats? We can do that in the next 2 minutes. Thank you very much. May I request everybody on the stalls to take their seats back so that we give the students the attention they need to give their presentation. We will get back to the exhibits later. Thank you very much. All right. Midlands, you can take us through your idea. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm by the name of Masareko Michael from Midland High School, Kawembe. So we have come here to present our creativity and innovation that we have tried of waste that we have made here. As you see, our theme is all about it starts with us, as you see here, right? Now, as we see here, we, as the school, according to the ABCS, that we came up with awareness. From the awareness, we discovered that, according to the A of awareness, it was meaning that us as students, we came up with thoughts of things that most students, they always dispose things in school and whatever, and we're like, we're aware, seeing the things that are necessary disposals and whatever thrown everywhere. Then we're like, came up with an idea of a behavior where we came of sorting all those things, because they used to combine them together. You find there are papers, there are plastic bottles, you find whatever they've eaten, and you will not be pleasant as you see the thing. So we came up with the behavior that we showed. So we sorted the things in different category. As you see, this is the way how we sorted the things. Find the plastic around, polythene bags around. We also thought of these plastic spoons and whatever separately. Then when we come up according to the community, after the community, then the community were like, as the community, we held an assembly and were like, please, all of us should be involved in waste management, as you see. Then people are like, it's all right, we can, it's all right that we can manage also to solve everything. So what was next was selecting them and selecting the products to be got from the other selected things. The first thing here, this is a whole hanger, where you find, after taking your ice cream, and you know the other plastic spoons that you use for taking ice cream. So as we go gather them, collect them. After collecting them, this is just box, right? Just a box. So, how you can come, thank you. So this is the box. So what also some mirrors that in these salons that used to break and whatever, then we're like, these things also they can limit people's like getting injuries and whatever, then we're like, let's collect them also can create something different. See how it can act as a mirror and also something decorating your house. This is it. Then also how I confirm that most people in towns, you can practice farming without even having a garden. Then that's how we came out of this. You can come and help and show the people. This one. This is the project and you can get money in this. Because for me, when I made this project, it was after seeing everyone's capacity from low level up to high level. Because you may find people can manage it, there are people of high quality that can manage these things, but find that someone who's local, I want also should participate in what? Waste management from top to bottom. That's it. That's what I want to be after. So that everyone can manage to do this. Because here we got a sack, after getting a sack we put soil, and you can put some dodos, mawik, and whatever, and you'll be selling. As students, there's no need of, we must be creative, no need of asking for pocket money. Even this I can make at home, because it's already at home. Last I brought the idea at school. I already have it at home. When it's holidays, when I'm not there, they harvest for me, they go sell. They send me money. I get money that through this waste management. Then also, we came up of handbags made out of polythene bags. As you see here, this is just handbag, right? Made out of polythene bags, as you see here. For my explanation about how I made it, you can meet me at my table there. I explain for you, and I can demonstrate for you in case you get the materials here. They are just various that made a bag, handbag. As you see, it opens, and you can carry your things as you go to work. Yeah. Next thing is about, I want another thing that was really paining me about this waste management. It was about how we misuse these things. And you find that the factories or industries that are manufacturing these plastic flowers, that bring us problems because the process they undergo, must be the carbon production that will affect the ozone layer, which will affect us. Then I was like, no, we can create our own things, and we can create our own flowers, plant our own flowers using these things, so that if there's something like a function, we can take these flowers, so that although we are done with the function, we can pick them and go, like act as manure, whatever, and something like that. Then taking these manufactured flowers, which will damage the environment. So also we came up, most times when you go in deeps, like deep where they sell alcohol soda, then find that most people, they sip the soda over owner with straws. Then I was like, how can I manage these straws? Because they are just everywhere you go, you always meet straws. Then I was like, no, I can collect these straws and I make something creative, which is this. Here you can put like, you can just put in your room as a mirror. Yeah, so nice looking. So it's just a like a decoration, and you see. Sometimes even you may think that maybe it's gold, the way you're seeing it, right? And you think it's kawaii. I can see myself, or you can see yourself, you see. It's why. All right. Then also we discovered that most students, they all go for tours, yet they don't know what is there. Then we're like, we can frame them pictures of some animals that when you go there, you are sure that you must live in that animal. We can have a look using papers. Or this big guy bring the military ball we can hold here. Here, as you see here we use the papers to create this thing out. We used papers, we used art, the way we framed it. That's a good. If you go to national park, so you find that students, when they visit some parks or national parks, you find that they easily identify that, like, the other picture I saw, it means that this is the same animal that from that school. You go on your way. I want to use these things as the awareness, the community. So another thing, we made some doormat. This is a doormat. So you find that it's waterproof down. Because here we put some sack, so that will put down here. Nothing will affect. Although there is water, nothing can affect. You can clean your shoes, over your feet, over everything you want, using this. Then next, also have these shopping bags. The shopping bags made out of Vera, where you can open, you go in the supermarket, you go shop your things. As you see, you go shop your things and purchase more of them. Then also, we came up with some idea where we find that schools spend much money on making notes board. So we made our own softboard using papers. As you see it here, this is a softboard that we made. Hold it well. This is a softboard that we made using papers. Because when you recycle, their side now, you put back their side. Yeah. So when you recycle these papers, you'll find that, papers are good from trees. Papers are good from trees, so you find that when you recycle these papers and make these softboards, you'll be saving like 4 trees that will be cut to make what? To make these papers. Right? You can place the other side. So the next thing also we discovered that also can make dustbins using bottles. These are dustbins that we made. We used all the materials, the wastes that we found on the rubbish pit. As you see here, this is a dustbin that we made. Here, these are owner bottles. This was a carpet, a floor carpet that had been destroyed in the office. Then they had thrown into the rubbish pit. I went and picked it myself. We cut it and made this to conserve the environment. So even to demonstrate, there's some also rubbish to put inside. That's the demonstration that we used here. Then the next thing is about, this is just a flower table. You can just put on your table. As you see, this is a sack here. So you find that most times when you're taking your breakfast, there's some stubborn kids that you can be having at home, right? You can pour something like water. You find that this is waterproof. Nothing has affected it. As you put on table, you can have this. See, even also have a poem. You can present your poem right now. As you go on, you can continue.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is KG Vivian from Midland High School, Kawempe, Tula. We have a poem here about waste management, and our title is Our Earth Home. Here the poem goes. Oh, our dear home, Earth, why is your shine fading away? Your blue stars and air and gray. Oh, our dear home, oh Earth, Now we see our wrongs at last. We have bush everywhere and cut down trees, wide and vast. Now barrels working at our factory race. Oh, our dear home, oh earth, we can change. We can change things and make them right. Let us dispose of waste with care and choose right energy over fire bites. Let us stop deforestation and save our land, so your beauty can come again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Midlands, for your wonderful presentation. Wish you all the best in these competitions. Next on stage is Kololo SS. Remember, every school has 10 minutes to present their idea. Kololo SS.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nanyonja Caroline from Kololo Senior Secondary School, and together with my team, we are presenting to you our company of innovation called EcoSkin Uganda. So EcoSkin Uganda was started up to fight pollution created by these plastics. Basically, we are dealing with polythenes. I'm giving an example of the Chitezi 2024 incidents. Kololo Senior Secondary School lost 2 students from that, and as a team, we couldn't sit back, watch this silent killer finishing our friends and the environment. So this is why we came up with an idea of creating, starting up EcoSkin Uganda that deals with producing valuable products out of discharged litter, and that is polythenes. So following the ABCS, we have awareness, behavior, ownership, community engagement, and sustainability. So I'll hand over to my friend to take you to the next step.
Change starts with me and you for a better Kololo. We believe that we as Kololians should unite and fight pollution in a school. In Kololo, we realize that there is high spread of plastics, disposal of plastics, and mainly that's polythene. Children come with packed foods from home, packed in polythenes, because some of them don't use containers. After eating, where do they dispose? In our compound. We as students who fight against pollution of plastics in the school decided to go class by class and collect the plastics. That's why we came up with a project called EcoSkin. On our awareness bit, we realized or got an awareness of high disposal of plastics, mainly polythenes in Kololo Senior Secondary School, which is our community. And when we got that awareness, what did we do? We owned the behavior, which is behavior ownership. We, as the students who are fighting against pollution, sat down and we were like, what should we do? We came up with the EcoSkin project. The EcoSkin project deals in recycling of polythenes to make useful products. For example, we have the notebook cover, as we all see. This notebook cover, first of all, is waterproof. We know that polythenes are waterproof. It will help us carry our books, and our books will be long-lasting. For example, in Kololo SS, most of the students walk for long distances. I personally come from Bukoto to Kololo, and sometimes I walk during rain. But I fear nothing because my books are covered with an EcoSkin product, which is waterproofed. On the side of the community, when we come from the behavior ownership, on the side of the community, we are working together with the community to collect these boveras, which are the plastics or the polythenes. Our community for now is our school, where there is high spread, high disposal of polythenes in the school. We go class by class, collect the polythenes, and they also know because we came to classes, went to classes and told them the dangers. So we collect them, and that's where the community comes in. Allow me to welcome my friend to take you forth.
Thank you very much, Katoya. From the community, we also, maybe an addition to the community, as Kololo Senior Secondary School, the students, we have a club that we are able to send these students or our fellows, we ourselves go into the community, we collect the plastic polythene, and then we bring it back to school. In this, we do not buy the Kavera. No, we go back, talk to our fellow students. They collect the good ones, the ones that are not discharged with some other materials, and then we bring them back. And then we bring them back to school. After that, we get to heat press. We get to clean the Kavera or the polythene bags. After cleaning the Kavera, we get to heat press them. We organize them into piles because this EcoSkin material, if you can see it, the quantity of Kavera matters vis-a-vis to the strength, because you cannot tear it. If there are very many Kaveras in this, you cannot tear the polythene bags. So we organize them into quantities, and then we get to heat press them. After heat pressing them, we get to sew them into reusable products. Not only sewing, we also have a product at hand that is the book cover, or making the books. We intend to talk to our school administration such that we can start producing books out of this, reusable books. After that, we go to the sustainability part. How is this project sustainable? Number one, we are gaining from it. Number two, how are we gaining from it? We are selling these books to our learners, and then we are getting money out of it. For example, we get to invest 20,000 shillings in this project on the costs of production, which is soap, washing the boveras, and then we also have some electricity part of it, maybe even some allowances to our friends or something like that. But then how do we get to sell this to the fellow learner? We sell this at approximately 3,000 shillings or 5,000 shillings. By the end of the day, you get to sell, like, for example, 5 books. When you sell 5 books, you do what? You get approximately, is it 50,000 shillings or 20,000 shillings out of it? And then you get, you're able to get profits out of this. So the sustainability part, when this book is getting old or worn out, they're not going to throw it out of the school. We are able to innovate again. We talk to these learners, please bring back the books such that we can heat press again. We get a final material that is good such that we can be sustainable enough. Thank you very much.
And on the side of sustainability, we know that most of us here are believers. I do believe in God. Madam Shamin believes in Allah because she's a Muslim. We have holy books that we do believe in. Not so. They believe in Quran. I believe in a Bible. our Bibles. Imagine you're going to church, it's raining. We have our cover. You put it on your Bible, it's waterproof. And on another side of sustainability, this one reduces on the use of new products. For example, new polythene bags, because we have the old ones. We will go recycle them, then make new products. So it reduces on the usage or the consuming of new products. For example, new polythene bags, because we have the old ones that we can use. Thank you.
Not only that, we also have shoes that are made out of EcoSkin, the EcoSkin material. These shoes, I can wear them from home. Actually, we had visitors at our school that bought 2 pairs of these shoes. They came to visit and then they were mesmerized on the creativity and the innovativeness that we had. So they also bought these shoes. Thank you very much.
So as a backup of our company, just like he talked about the innovation part, the reusing of our products that we have provided to students in school, how are we going to minimize because actually after the student has used the book for a long time, obviously they'll have to discard them off to the environment. So what have we done to back up this company? So we decided to make dust bins, and we were able to provide dust bins to each class to help them sort out their waste. The school also provides dust bins, so those are for the other waste like papers and so on. And then these ones that we give them are basically for polythenes and maybe these other products that have been already used. So after that, we collect them from the different classes, and we also have some members that help us in different classes, and then they bring them back to us, and we again reuse them. Thank you.
When we were on our table, someone asked me, if at all this gets old and we dispose it in the soil, we want it to cause 4 times the pollution. And I was like, no, it should take we have that paver. It's hard to believe that it's made from plastics and sand, but that's why it was made. When they were out, because we know that they can't, but if they tear, we go melt them, add sand, then make the paver. We are still recycling, reusing, and controlling the spread and the manufacturing of new plastics. Thank you so much for listening.
Can we have the video? Maybe for clarity, those are the processes that we go through while getting the materials, heat pressing the materials, and then getting to sew the useful products. That is called a heat presser machine. It helps us to compress the Kavera or the polythene bags. In other words, the costs that we incur are minimal, or it's only electricity and then washing of the Kaveras, buying of the detergents, the Omos, the Magics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kololo SS, for your brilliant presentation. Thank you. Next on stage is St. Peter's, Zambia. St. Peter's, please. Every school has 10 minutes to show how much they can do how much waste they can turn into beauty, how much sustainable it can be. All right, you can.
All members present, good afternoon. My name is Akelo Christine, a student from St. Peter's, SS in Zambia. And on me, I have my fellow beautiful, elegant schoolmates. And our project, as you can see, it's laid out beautifully. But this is not just to portray art or anything. This is to show that we are armed to tooth. These projects, with the knowledge that we gained from Chevening, we're able to create out these beautiful crafted things that you see right in front of you. Number one, we're able to gain ideas. At the same time, we were educated on how to bring in sustainability. At the same time, have continuity. Number one, on my left-hand side, I have this beautiful stool. As you can see, it's crafted. Simple. It's very simple. You may ask yourself who actually made it. But in actual sense, my fellow student is here. She's in O-level. They were able to craft this, and she's going to demonstrate for you. You can easily sit on it to show that it's very simple, but using the materials available. Our school has a lot of garbage. We have a lot of garbage at school. So when these Form 1s, when they heard us talking about sustainability, they were like, we shall not leave you guys go without a project from us, the O-level members. So they crafted this for us. This is a very beautiful piece. Anyone can afford it. Even a low-income earner can afford it. Even someone who has no coin can afford it. Next, on my left, we have a very beautiful basket. I would like to call it a basket. One of my colleagues was suggesting I call it a fringe floral basket. Why? Because when you look at the patterns on it, are crafted like a flower. In actual sense, the basket that we used, it was actually a recycled basket because it was broken into pieces. Just had to craft it using super glue. Then we got an old cloth from the art room. We have an art room. Then we used it to create these different patterns so it can come out very beautifully. Thank you. Then on the middle here, because of the knowledge we gained from Chevening, we're able to know how we can sustainably and also create different things from caveras. As I said, our school literally has a lot of polythene. So we collected polythene as a class, as a school, and we're able to create all these different beautiful patterns. I imagine in our school, our school has a high population of students. I imagine a girl child, whereby it's that that day of the month, whereby you have nowhere to carry your sanitary towel. So we crafted this bag. We call it a pad bag. You can use it, put your sanitary towel, and no one will even know that you're actually carrying the sanitary towel because it's really, really beautiful. Then this you can put in your phone, you can put in anything, any gadget. This is sustainability. At the same time, we are also including art and creativity into it. Based on the new curriculum, it's all about bringing in the creativity out of the student, and we are trying to portray that. Another one, we crafted this beautiful basket. You can put in your fruits, you can put in our ladies in this beautiful room, you can put in your jewelry. As you can see, it's very colorful, very beautiful. Out of these bottle tops, like the bottle tops on the bottles that we have around here, you can easily craft them with this. Then we also made another cluster. It's really, really beautiful, but I will shock you that we actually used bottle tops and caveras. See how beautifully it's crafted. we actually used bottle tops and caveras. Caveras that were actually picked from our dump site. Like, we have a dumping area where we put our trash. This is what we were able to come up with. It's really beautifully crafted. To show you that it's not only us students who engaged in this, even had some community members that helped out in sorting out this trash. In Zambia community, they helped us, and I actually appreciate them, though they are not there, but we appreciate them because they helped out in sorting this trash that crafted this beautifully. Then another one, we have this, this was also made by another Form 1. It's like, this can be used by ladies at home. It can also be a flower on your table or anywhere. You can also put in your jewelry. Those who love bangles, I also love bangles. You can easily put it there instead of making it roam into the room. It can also be used. And this was another piece that was created, as you can see. But basically, the materials that we used were caveras and an old cloth inside. As you can open it, you'll see there's an old cloth inside. Yes, there's an old cloth inside. So we're trying to tell you that even clothes can be recycled. Us using caveras was to show you that those people who are in the art and design industry, there are other fabrics you can use. We have caveras. This is a very beautiful coat that is made out of cavera and an old cloth, as you can see. Though it's for a size of a young kid, but yes, it can be used. Then my colleague will explain more about the organic fertilizers.
Good afternoon to you all. Standing before you is Birakwate Jenas, a student of St. Peter's SS Zambia, as my colleague said. Well, I'm going to be brief about organic fertilizers. One, why organic fertilizers? We all know that farmers do purchase fertilizers, but chemical. These chemical fertilizers can be harmful to different plants. For example, I can buy a fertilizer which is chemical, yes, but it can work on a mango tree, but not able to work on a jackfruit. So we as Spencer, different individuals, decided to come up and we manufactured the organic fertilizers. Get straight to the ingredients. Well, these organic fertilizers, our main raw material was cow dung. We all know that this cow dung has 6% of the most dangerous carbon fumes, which are dangerous to the environment, especially to our very own plants. So it's from cow dung where we get the biocellary, we get neem oil, molasses, and other ingredients such as the wheat flour, the urine cream, and the cow urine. When manufacturing these fertilizers, it's simply just we add all these ingredients, mix them, and we have this. But in order for them to get what we need, the final products, we cover them for 2 weeks, depending on what you're manufacturing. It can be like 20 liters or and above. If it is 20 liters, as we did, you get a drum, and we cover it for 2 weeks specifically. Methods on how to use them to irrigate. If it is a large-scale farmer, you apply this with 100 liters of water. My dear judges, you may ask why 100 liters? 100 liters, why? It is because this thing is concentrated, and you cannot just apply it directly on the plant, which can get some side effects one way or the other. For the small-scale farmers, still we tell you that if not 100, make it 80 liters, make it 70, but still the water must be there. What we have the benefits of these fertilizers, we have been able to bring back the organic that was lost, the organic food that we deserve to eat, and we are able to, we can be able to what? To bring back the green. That's all. Thank you.
All right. We also prepared a simple poem. Hope you love it.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The poem is titled Nature's Cry. Hope you enjoy. Loving you is my greatest sin. I follow and bent myself for you. Carved out places for you. Megan. Loving you is my greatest sin. I folded and bent myself for you. Carved out places and views, all new for your warmth. Protection is all I knew. Veiled myself from the kiss of the sun. For you, it's true.
Love is compromise. Your hold and your warmth so nice. Songs of you we patronize. Even when we have no way.
When you cried of anger, I gave up from my own. From my bedroom, you drank, married all night and day. My hair you cut with no pay. For you to warm and build for your stay. Leaving my skin bare, the heat and water causing a tear. For the love I have for you, I bear, even when you show me no care.
Industrialization, mechanization, production, and induction of creations we have embedded to bring out your true form. And then you tell me we do not care. And then you tell me we do not care.
I stand by you no more. My children are the hair. For my angers I lose. My glaciers I'll melt. My anguish will be felt. Cities, parks, industries will be dealt. Suffer the reapings of your fields. For your skies I will drain and barren your fields. Condemn me not, rather test the sweet pledge. See yourselves the wrath of my desertion. You promised to change and atone. I believed you every time. In the end, I'm filled with agony.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mother Earth cries out,
and humans pay no heed.
Let's take a stand to solve this cry.
Because if we do not, we are the ones who bear the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation on saving Mother Earth. I don't know why it's called Mother Earth. Thank you. Next on stage is Mackay College. Mackay, are we ready? Mackay College to give us what they have on sustainable waste management.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sekata Rodnip, a student of Mackay Memorial College. Mackay Memorial College is a school in Natete. We have a population of about 2,500 students. In our school, we had a challenge of poor waste management. In this way, a lot of waste was collected at our collection point, but not sorted. So, as an initiative with the environmental club, we created out a run-through fellow students in a way of what are you seeing in our school and how can you live with it, however, not harming the environment. So among the solutions or remedies that we came up with the Sunsula Waste program. Sunsula Waste simply means sort. In this way, bins of different categories, for example, organic and inorganic, were set out in different places in the environment to help us sort out different categories of waste. Additionally, the program called Bottom Me was also initiated for the sake of plastic materials. So different bins in our school are placed in different areas of the school to help us manage plastics. So with plastics, we managed to have different materials created. This is called the adios heat, simply meaning bye-bye heat. There was a season in our school where heat was a problem. So we thought of using plastics as a way of solving our problem. And adios heat was one of the solutions. Right here, we have a machine. This is a shoe polish making machine. In this way, we get polythene bags of different categories, no matter the color. For example, these ones, and they are inserted in our machine. This machine uses electricity. It has heating coils down here, which are used to heat the polythenes. So in this mixture, we add candle wax, this normal candle wax, and oil. So most of the people will think that this process involves air pollution. However, we got a remedy for it too. The air which is supposed to escape is also trapped with a pipe. So this pipe helps us to condense that air mixture. And this air mixture is also transferred back. And down here, it's where we collect our shoe polish. So, a sample of our shoe polish, like this. These two. This shoe polish is sold in our school environment because at this moment, our environment is our school. So this shoe polish is sold in our school environment. So, in relation to environment, air was also another aspect of the environment which is polluted. So our school has green grass whereby it grows every day. The grass is growing every day, day by day. So they usually hire people who come and level it, and they use machines which use fuel. Additionally, those machines create a lot of sound. So thinking of different ideas of how we can live with that in our environment, we thought of making a slasher. So this slasher is made of metal rods connected in different angles to make our perfect design, and it uses electricity. So this electricity covers up the issue of using fuel as the source of energy to help us in the grass. So, and if you try to compare the sounds, if you are in a lesson and they are trying to slash the area near your lesson, if the machine used is the other original machine, there's no way you can focus. However, the sound produced by this is limited. Let me. Still on the same topic of plastics, down here we have a centerpiece. Usually these ones are found in the sitting room. However, what's unique about ours, it is made of plastic bottles. In which way? Bottles are arranged inside here with wooden cardboards on top. So the wooden cardboards are for extra support. This is a top, and it is very comfortable and strong. In the automotive industries, these tires, when they are used up, they are treated as a mess in the environment. So colleagues in our environment club thought of ways how can we use these too. So a group of students came up with ideas of creating this. This is a chair. It is also very comfortable and strong that it can support different weights. With all said and done, I submit. Makai Memorial College, Tetuda Nyuma.
Thank you very much, Makai College. Thank you, Makai, for your wonderful presentation. Thank you. We wish you all the best. Next on stage is Kampala Diplomatic School, which is also the last set of presentation we have. Apologies, we have two schools left. That is Kampala Diplomat School and Uganda Society for the Deaf. Apologies. All right, we welcome Kampala Diplomatic International School to give their presentation on sustainable waste management. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vera Wilson. I'm an A-level student from Kampala Diplomatic International School. So, today I'm going to explain a simple little math trick on climate change. So, you can all whip out a calculator if you have on your phone. Think of any number of your choice. Double that number. Add 10. Half it. And then subtract it by your original number. and I believe you get 5, right? You get 5. So this is how, so we can also use this same concept in waste management. We can also use this same concept in waste management, in climate change. So if we, if we know the outcome, we can be able to predict how much waste we can manage. And just like math shows us that waste management, waste management is predictable, it's measurable, and it can be done by the actions we do. And it can be controlled it can be controlled by our actions. So if we control the amount of waste we dispose, we can be able to lower on climate change and manage waste. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Abuja, and I'm from Kampala Diplomatics International School, and this is our team.
My name is Atetisa Tracy, also a student at KDS, Entertainment Prefect and Senior Advisor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Manishimo Joshua, and I'm the current head boy of Kampala Diplomatic International School.
Once again, my name is Vera Wilson.
Good afternoon. My name is Arlene Diku. I'm the environmental prefect, and I'm a year 12 student.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lefebvre Benjamin. I'm an year 12 student, and we are all from Kampala Diplomatic School. Our project is going to be about us as environmental rangers dealing with poor waste management. So like there are a lot of waste management issues we deal with every single day. There's so many problems to deal with. So the question is, what are those problems and how can we solve them? Because nowadays, ignoring them may affect us badly.
Back to me. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a simple question. How many of you know how to sort your waste? This has become a problem today, especially we are living in a modern world. Everything is digitalized. I'm talking about knowing what to separate and where to put it. Now, we have seen certain incidences. For example, there's a tragedy of about 23 lives lost at Chitezi, all because we don't know how to sort our waste. And this is not the only incident that has occurred. We have another one at Nansana, flooding, 7 people, all because those stagnant areas, especially behind the national sewerage place where they collect that sewage stuff, 7 people died there because that place is steeped with garbage on top all over the place. We don't know how to separate, especially the plastics. Now, you find a particular place has that, I'm talking about organic and inorganic all together. And all comes down to the same situation. Now, I'm going to hand over to my colleague to talk about one thing that is going to lead to the same issue again. In this case, let her take.
One of our solutions for waste management is a 2D game. And this 2D game mostly focuses on the youth because they're the ones that love a lot of screen time. So this 2D game it aims to teach the youth how to separate their plastic and about the different kinds of plastic. This game is basically, there are a bunch of trash monsters that are made out of different plastics, and then there's a city, and these trash monsters, they're like surrounding the city. So the city has rangers, and these rangers have guns with like different type of plastics, bullets made out of different types of plastics. These bullets are used to shoot the monsters, and you have to use the same type of plastic. For example, if the monster is a PVC, made out of PVC plastic, then you have to use a PVC bullet to shoot the monster. If you use a PVC bullet on a HDPE monster, then it won't work, and the monster will end up like infiltrating the city, and you lose lives.
So plastics are everywhere in our daily lives, yet there are so many people that are unaware of the different types of plastics and how they should be handled. So this game is beneficial. How? So plastics, when it comes to recycling, there are two types of plastics. There's thermoplastics, which can be molded many times. This includes PET and HDPE. Then there are plastics called thermosetting plastics. These plastics cannot be molded more than once. Then when it comes to disposal, there is PET plastics. These plastics can be collected and recycled. Then there is PVC. When PVC is not handled right, if it's disposed poorly, it can release toxins. So not every plastic is the same, and this is essential for recycling, for proper disposal, and also for sustainability innovation.
Now that's more of a solution, and actually, let me go back down to earth. As Ugandans, there's a clear and better solutions. One thing I know is all love money. So, me and my team, especially Kampala Diplomatic International School, we're coming up with a machine. It's more like a reverse vending machine. Now, you collect all the plastics. After collecting the plastics, you put them in the machine, and you're given cash back. So, the number of the plastics you collect and put back in is an amount of money you'll be given back. Now that's more like a solution, especially for Ugandans who like money.
So with these solutions, we will be starting with schools to help our young minds, and then we will gradually expand into the communities so that it could help everyone in the country and abroad.
Good afternoon again. So let's take a walk with me. So we use the plastics that we'll be getting from this, as you can see, and then they get money, so which will make it easier for us to collect trash or plastics. So we get that plastic, we convert it into the filament, as you can see here. So that filament is used to 3D print. So far, let me show you what we have 3D printed. We have phone houses, we have a drone, as you can imagine. We have different types of phone handles. So you can be asking ourselves, as we think we are making different types of materials, so is it the end of life? No, it's not. So with this 3D printing them differently, it's going to help us like make different products which are useful from something we would have called trash, useless. So we also have this. So this is flow de fer. In English, it's farm flow. It's a precise irrigation system that uses sensors to monitor the soil. So it tells you exactly what the soil needs. So this is already a project that we already had, but now we've learned more about waste management. As you can see, for us to have been dealing with plastic for waste management, now we're going to integrate it with food waste. So usually it has, this is just a prototype, usually it has water and then nutrients. So usually the nutrients that we have is the one that we buy from the market. Now that we've learned about food waste, we are going to be sorting the food, and then we make manure, then we add it in our food farm. Thank you so much.
So I'm going to align this to the ABCs. A, awareness. So our 2D game is going to teach students, people, anyone that wants to learn about the different types of plastics, how they should be handled. Then we also have behavior. As Josh said, everyone loves money. So our reward collection machine is going to encourage people, it's going to give them motivation to consistently recycle plastics. Then C, community. For community, we're going to strengthen community engagement through working with schools and the surrounding environment. And lastly is sustainability. To close the loop, how are we going to do this? With the plastics we're going to collect from the machine, we're going to make 3D infrastructure, modern looking 3D infrastructure that come with a high price. With a high price, for example, the power banks, we're going to sell it for 90,000, which is going to bring in revenue to Uganda. So our project is a win-win for everyone. You're going to get money, we're going to get money. Our school is going to get assets. Uganda is going to be the real Pearl of Africa. Thank you.
Fun fact about that is we've already started to sell some of our projects. We have so far like 10 sales. So feel free to come and, business is open.
Thank you very much, Kampala Diplomatic International School. Thank you very much. When I was actually listening to the KCCA representative and said we produce 2,500 metric tons of of waste every day, I can imagine how much of plastic that is. But I was trying to configure. No, you can. Please say it. Please say it.
She was asking how much plastic. So for example, 52 water bottles, these ones that we can see on our table, can make 20 of these and 10 of this. Yes.
Wow. Thank you. So we can see how much plastics we can reduce from within our environment. Thank you very much. We are now ready to receive Uganda Society for the Deaf. Uganda Society for the Deaf. We can welcome them in their language. Yes, they will understand us. Uganda Society for the Deaf is our very last presentation we're receiving to show us how they are ready to manage sustainable, to show us how sustainably they can manage waste. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome all. I'm happy to see you. Thank you for coming here. And thank you for inviting us here. And also different schools, you're welcome. We are happy to meet you. So in our school, that is Uganda Society for the Deaf, it is a vocational training center. And we have different courses like carpentry, hairdressing, cookery, bakery, building, and many things. So in our school, also we have come with some brochures for our school. I want to show them to you. And it was his encouragement to everyone here that so this I'm going to show you how we sign letters in alphabetical letters. So this is what we have. We are going to sign it for you. He's going to sign it for you, and you will see. So I'm signing alphabetical letters. So you can practice, as I'm signing, you can copy me and practice also, each of you. And also numbers, they are there, you're going to see them. So that is A. You can copy A. A. B. B. That is B. C. D. D. Letter D. E. F. G. H. I. J. K. L. M. N. O. P. Q. R. S. T. U. V. W. X. Y. Z. And numbers, we're sending numbers, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, that is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So about the brochures I've talked about, to show you where our school is located, and if you have a student there, a deaf student, you can direct him to this school. We are going to distribute to some of you. And good afternoon. You're welcome. Thank you. Our bosses, thank you. And also the judges, thank you very much. Different schools, you're welcome. We thank you for this opportunity. I am very happy to meet you people because they are in our school. We miss to see such a number, but we are very excited to see such a group. And my name is Narada Gloria. So I'm going to show you how we can also manage the environment, because it affects us also the deaf, because we are human beings. So since we have many wastes there at our school, we also came up with a project, and we're going to show you how to prepare Kavela into another product so that we can use it in a different way. And we are encouraging our community to stop dumping such Kavelas because they are very dangerous to our environment. And we are going to show you how we have made that. So in doing that, yeah, we got different Kavelas of different colors, blue, yellow, red, and black, and we collected them together. So for that yellow color, we made it and we ironed that Kavela, so that Kavela hardened, and we got another material. So that material, we got an idea that we can make through it a different designs that is on a cloth like this. You can see that is a design. We made it because I am a tailor. I'm in a tailoring department, so I made it myself. And that is a bag. How can you use this bag for? It is not shameful to hold this bag, but it is shameful to hold a kavera. So when you go to the market, you can use this kavera to put in whatever you're buying, that is tomato, onions, and everything, and you carry them home. And also, we got a shirt, because I am a tailor. I told you I have experience in that. So I made a shirt, and I make a design for Kavela. Thank you very much. May God bless you. So this is a stool, a folding stool. I'm going to show you how you fold it and how you make it a stool and how you can sit on it. This is how you can unfold it and sit comfortably. It is very simple. You can sit and relax and eat whatever you want. You enjoy your food. But standing to eat is bad habit. So better get a stool for yourself and sit on. And each stool is at 30,000. Thank you very much. We submit. May God bless you. And also, I told you we are selling these things. We have a lot at our school, so if you want, we have bought some few stools, so you can come and we sell them to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Uganda Society for the Deaf. Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you, the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda, for that inclusion. May I request that they wait a bit, just a little bit, for some important message? Just a few seconds, thank you.
First of all, thank you. And I think the team members were here. School for the Deaf, right, was one of our most engaging schools. The questions they asked, we were all very much very involved. They were very, very engaged. They asked everything. And when it came for time for their monitoring and evaluation, they told us that they were worried. They were worried because they had never been invited anywhere, and they were worried that they could not interact in this society. So the fact that they have done projects, they have come up here, they have put themselves out for us, I think we really need to thank them for their first outing. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Shamim, and your team for ensuring that inclusion is not just symbolic, but it is indeed, it can be action-packed, and it can be from idea to impact. Thank you very much. Now, one more announcement is that the Kampala International Diplomatic School had their drone ready, but for safety reasons, it cannot be exhibited here. So you can visit their stall to see more of their work, and for those that would like to see the drone being exhibited, they'll have a small demonstration outside later. So stay around if you would like to see that happen. Thank you. Education and Sports, the Department of Communications and ICT. They would like to interact with you during the lunch break, so feel free to interact with them and exchange ideas, your innovative ideas, and see how they can be supported, how you can be supported, and how you can push them forward. Allow me communicate that lunch is ready. Help yourself at the poolside and see you after 45 minutes.
I suggest 30 minutes.
The volunteers are ready to guide you as you go for lunch. I hope everybody has got a lunch coupon, because they will bounce you if you don't have a lunch coupon. So check out the volunteers and ensure that you're guided. Thank you.
Ebuletta chikantona kasana kabukeyo webale chiroe chibumbu kati nsaba lindeko ennyonyi enkeze zimbe ng'oli mu mikono gyange nsaba tulwisa akaseera amasuuka gatumire abeewako batumiro bakambe onoobalaba olundi ng'essaawa etuuse ey'okuzuukuka lindako ebula eddakiika ntono akasana kabuukeyo webala ekiro ekiwungu kati nsaba lindeko tambula kamese tambula wabula guno mukwano nyabula tulwisa akaseera kacayinja kufumba ebinyeebwa n'omugaati nsaba tulwisa akaseera ng'essaawa etuuse ey'okuzuukuka
move towards the end of our program. We're going to have some communication or speech from Dr. Mwenda Patrick Emmanuel, Commissioner, Library, E-Learning and Information Technology from the Ministry of Education. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. MC. Good afternoon. Students, good afternoon. Again, my name is Dr. Patrick Mwenda, and I am representing the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Education and Sports. And she was supposed to be here, but because of other competing, equally important issues she had to attend to, she could not make it, but she sends her regards. But I'm going to read her speech verbatim so that you know exactly what she would have said if she was here. So, distinguished guests, the British High Commissioner, who is supposed to have been here, members of the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda, school leaders and teachers, and our dear students. Good afternoon. It is an honor to join you this afternoon at Hotel Africana for the Students for Sustainable Waste Management Summit. I convey greetings from the Ministry of Education and Sports. I extend my sincere appreciation to the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda, KCCA, the British High Commission in Kampala, and all other stakeholders for supporting this very important initiative. The issue of waste management is one that confronts us daily, as was evident in the aftermath of the Chitezi landfill collapse. I'm sure those of you who've been following what has been happening in the news knows what happened at that time. That unfortunate incident reminded us of the urgent need for sustainable solutions and, above all, a shift in mindset. Such a shift begins with our students and with how effectively our education system prepares them to respond to the challenges around them. Uganda is a youthful nation with 50.5% of the population under the age of 18. This should not be viewed as a challenge, but rather as an opportunity to nurture a generation that is informed, responsible, and proactive about the environment in which they live. Schools are not only centers of learning, but also spaces where values, attitudes, and lifelong habits are shaped. They provide an environment for cultivating the mindset shift that we seek. Through initiatives such as this one, we are seeing students move beyond theory into practical action, just as I was seeing what you're doing here. Very, very impressive work. They are demonstrating innovation, critical thinking, and a deep sense of responsibility towards their communities. I am pleased to note that this project focuses on equipping students with practical skills and knowledge in sustainable waste management. This aligns well with the Ministry's commitment to competence-based learning, through which learners are empowered to solve real-world problems and contribute meaningfully to national development. To our dear students, I wish to say this. You are not only participants in this project, but also change makers. The ideas you have developed, the projects you have implemented, and the conversations you have started are seeds of transformation. Build this knowledge, continue to innovate and inspire others within and beyond your schools. That's the message we have for our students. To our partners and stakeholders, I thank you for investing in our young people. May we just give our partners and stakeholders a clap, please. Thank you so much for investing in our young people. Your support demonstrates the value of collaboration in addressing both national and global challenges. The Ministry of Education and Sports remains committed to supporting initiatives that integrate environmental education, promote sustainability, and empower learners to be active citizens while building lifelong skills such as critical thinking. In this regard, I'm pleased to note that today's program goes beyond presentations and extends into a debate session. This provides a valuable platform for our students to express their ideas, challenge perspectives, and sharpen their critical thinking skills. I am honored to be part of this debate session and to wish all participants the very best. As we proceed, may we all remember that the purpose of this engagement is to learn from one another. In closing, let us remember that sustainable waste management is a continuous responsibility. Together, let us build a culture in which every student, every school, and every community shares responsibility for protecting our environment. I say all of this for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, so much. Next is Beatrice Chosiga from Uganda Development Bank. I don't know if she's here. Okay, if she's not here, I'll invite or ask our judges to be preparing, because after the speeches, we should be able to know who is the most innovative presenter from our day's presentations. So just a minute to find out if Beatrice is around. I've been informed that Kololo SS has a very nice poem for us. Are they here? So if you're here and you're ready, you can walk to the stage. Thank you. Someone?
The podium.
Oh, you want it on?
Yeah.
Okay, just read from here. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Inshuti Vanessa Amy from Kololo Senior Secondary School. I'm very privileged to be here. And for the poem I'm about to present, I volunteered for this solely because it's about the environment, and we as the Kololo community, we lost 2 students during the Chitezi incident, of which they were among our student leaders, and that was a shock. And right now, we do everything possible to save our environment because we know the impact, slightly to the family extent that we lost our brothers and sisters. I lead Kindly Lights, and my poem is titled 1 to 10. 1 to 10. The seas wail, the trees fall, the world sounds a siren, a call for one, just one to hear, and see the evergreen gate darker and darker. Just one to be aware of the change in the environment. And sadly, this change is to the worst. The earth shakes. Here see climate change that now is claiming our brothers and sisters in the Chitezi incident. Oh wait, you know, obviously you know. But what's the point of knowing if you can't change? This wail whispers change in our behavior. This knowledge should change our behavior. But is it one? Is it just one to walk the run? One player cannot win the game. The universe called, and it called for more. It called for more awareness, more action. Change in behavior in our communities. Not just one, but to two. 2 to 10. From 10, make 100 aware. From 100 to 1,000. And only this can create sustainability in our community. At least for the next generation. From 1 to 10. From 1 to 2 to 10 until the world is clean again. Thank you. Thank you all for listening. For God and my country, I lead Kindly Light. Long live Kolo Senior Secondary School and all the organizers of this event.
Thank you. A bigger hand clap for her. I think that was nice. Thank you so much. We're going to have a short debate. In a few minutes. It will be very short but very interesting as the second last activity for the day.
I hope we're all ready for this moment. In a few minutes, we're actually going to know who the best performers are. I know we all did a great job, great presentations, innovative ideas. But yes, in every engagement or every game, there's always the overall winner. And I think we're going to know that school now. I'm going to invite our chairperson of the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda, and he will be leading this session of telling us who are the top schools. You're welcome, Nicholas.
Thank you very much, Edwin. And thank you very much, everybody, for returning back. It's been an active day since we started off. And we have seen a lot. And like I said earlier on, we are here to learn. And I guess we have learned a lot from one another, from the 9 schools that came around. And we are going to take back something that's quite useful for us. The judges have made their decision, and I think they are ready. But as we wait for them to come on and help us to read the results, I want to encourage you that let's pick all the goods that we have learned today from each of the schools and take it home. I could hear you all had clubs with themes. Take everything from whatever you're not yet doing to your club and then try to work around it. The issue of sustainability is a challenge, but given that you have a club, that means it's easy to come back to you next time round, and then we can move forward. As the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda, we are quite happy with your participation this time round, and we are also impressed with ourselves for choosing more than one school. Like I said in the morning, we did choose one in 2023, worked with one throughout, but I think many is better. You have a broader area to pick up ideas and move forward. Yeah, so I think our judges are ready, so let me allow the judge to give us the scores, and then we can move on from that point.
Thank you very much, President. A good afternoon once again. I will give the scores, not on my behalf, but on behalf of the very big panel right there, and we all introduced ourselves earlier on. I must say we've had the toughest task, considering that there were very, very many good products when it comes to sustainable waste management. So all the schools did extremely well, and we were spoiled for choice at some point. So we took the entire lunch period doing deliberations. And we had a very simple criteria, which had 4 specific aspects. One was on creativity or innovation. Then the second one was on behavior, stroke community involvement. Then environmental impact and sustainability. So under these 4 aspects, of course, we had indicators. For example, for creativity and innovation, we looked at how new that idea is. Is it something common? Is it something that is being done in several other countries or even schools, or is it an idea that we haven't seen before? So that scored a lot. When it came to environmental impact, we looked at the potential of that innovation, okay? Its potential for the positive effects towards the environment. So we had several indicators, and on behalf of the judges, I will just mention first the key winners on each of these aspects, yeah? And then I'll go to the overall winner. When it came to the aspect of sustainability, sustainability is broad. One judge mentioned ESG, environmental, social governance aspects of sustainability, meaning all those have to be incorporated, and then there should be some potential of generating an income from that, for example, to keep running the system or to keep all the operating costs. So when it comes to sustainability, we had the best evaluated as St. Peter's, Zambia. Then okay, so the ones that I'm mentioning will be joining for the debate. So I think when we mention the school, then we should have them join for the debate. So sustainability, please, St. Peter's, Zambia. We found theirs very sustainable. Included the organic fertilizer and a very good methodology around that. So St. Peter's, please come through for the debate. And understanding, best model understanding, yeah? And here we had Kololo SS with the flagship EcoSkin. Kololo SS, the EcoSkin gurus. Then innovativeness, stroke creativity. We have Kawempe Muslim with the app that the judges felt was something very relevant and innovative. Are they coming forward? Okay, then the best project. When you sum up all these scores under the various themes, we come up with the overall best. So the best project would go to Mackay Memorial College. And for Mackay specifically, I think the judges were very taken by their models. The Sunsula West program, the Botomi management program, they had an electrical slasher, then they had the shoe polish that we thought was very, very relevant and sellable. So very well done to Mackay Memorial College. So that's it from the difficult work that the judges had. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, our judges, for the wonderful job. Okay, let's now tune ourselves to the debate from our good students. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Felix Olendi, and it's both an honor and a privilege to be just a minute. All right, thank you. My name is Felix Olendi, and I have the honor and privilege of moderating the debate session. The students before us are products of excellence. They've performed well in the morning session, and let's clap for them for making it this far. We are not bringing noisemakers. You know, people say debaters are noisemakers. We are bringing people who understand what they're doing, and they're supposed to give us a broader overview of what they've been doing, an ideological perspective. In the next minutes, they'll be debating the motion. This House believes that students rather than institutions are the primary drivers of climate action. They're going to choose lots so that they can know the sides to be, and then we'll be able to start the debate shortly. Thank you. All right, so what we've been doing here is choosing lots so that they know the sides they'll be doing. The debate is going to run in the British parliamentary format, and we've had again the honor of having the British High Commissioner here, so it's a great tribute to the country. The British parliamentary format consists of 4 teams debating on 2 sides. So you have one team on the government side and the other team on the opposition bench. The difference, though, is that you have 2 teams on each of them. They are all going to show us their perspectives, and at the end of the day, we'll be able to evaluate the best teams, the top-ranking teams. So from the lots, the team debating in opening government is Mackay Memorial College. The team debating in Mackay Memorial College, could you just raise up your hands too? Okay, clap for them, people. Congratulations. Kawempe Muslim Secondary School will be debating in the opening opposition. Let's see you. Okay. And in closing government, we have Kololo Senior Secondary School. Kololo. And then finally, in closing government, we have St. Peter's, Zambia. The debate is going to start in the next 2 minutes. Speakers, you have 3 minutes and 30 seconds of speaking time. Points of information are allowed during during non-protected time. That's the first minute and the last, and before the last 30 seconds for purposes of this motion. All the best to the teams, and please enjoy the round. All right, this was a prepared motion, which you did have. Would like to welcome the first speaker from the government bench to open the case. Start by introducing yourself and telling us the motion. Here.
My name is Namteli Hazel Kezia, Mackay Memorial College from the Afama side. Resolved. The motion states, this House believes that students rather than institutions are the primary drivers of climate action, and we're in support of this motion. Let me first of all define the key terms in this resolution. We have students. Students are enrolled in schools, a college, institutions, universities, and other educational parties, formally dedicated to acquire skills and education, so you can understand what a student is. Then institutions, these are structured system of rules, norms, and organizations that shape human behavior and social interaction. They provide stability and order in society by defending formal laws and informal conversions, covering areas like education, finance, etc. Primary drivers. These are the main cause or leading influencers about something or more significant factor behind a result, a trend, or an action. Climate action refers to the urgent effort to combat climate change and its impact by reducing greenhouse gases emission, strength and strengthening resilience to climate-related hazards. So when we talk about climate action, we talk about mitigation, we talk about adaptations. That is what we get when we talk about climate actions. Then we as a farmer say that the students are the leading influencers of the climate action. This is because, according to the statistics got from www.mdp.com, in South Africa, only 59.7% of the secondary school learners recognize human activities as being responsible for climate change, and 58.0% believe it affects. So the students, other students we're talking about, they are the ones who recognize the climate effects, and if they take initiative about it, so we can go about climate change. The status quo. Students in Uganda are increasingly taking a central role in climate action through innovative community-based projects and grassroots activism, transitions from simply protesting and implementing practical solutions. Here we're seeing the roles played by the students, that with the students, we innovate just as we have seen. We have made our innovations from the different things. Innovate, we carry out community-based projects. For example, planting trees. For example, participating in collecting rubbish within our school communities. Because the community we're talking about is our school community right now. But if we don't take that initiative, or if we don't play that role of collecting, innovating, then we will not go about the climate action. We won't have taken the climate action. The recent scenario from 2024 to 2026.
Time is up, Speaker. Thank you very much for that. I would like to welcome the Leader of Opposition to open the opposition bench case. Here.
My speech begins in
Speaker, please start by introducing yourself and reading the motion.
My name is Namata Aisha from Kampe Muslim Secondary School, Mon. side opening opposition or for the motion, this House believes that students rather than institutions should be the primary drivers of climate action. My speech begins in 3, 2, 1. I don't think this debate is about, oh my God, that students are supposed to participate in things like climate actions, or probably they're supposed to make some sort of like innovative ideas. The debate is about who is much more capable of being the primary driver of climate action at the end of the day. So the analysis that comes from opening government that, oh my God, students should engage in climate action and all those kind of things is invalid because they never show us why, in and of them, in their nature, they should be the primary drivers at the end of the day. 4 key things that determine who is most likely to be a primary driver. The first is on your capacity to be sustainable in the mechanisms you're most likely going to create. 2 is on your ability to facilitate things like coordination and community engagement within climate change. 3 is on your ability to create a level of awareness. 4 is on the idea of how you're able to manipulate how particular individuals behave in terms of climate change at the end of the day. The first is on the nature of institutions in and of themselves. Prime Minister already tells you that institutions have the ability to shape how particular individuals behave within society. That is why institutions like government, police, and all those kinds of things have the ability to manipulate how individuals are most likely to behave within society at the end of the day. Where does this become something that is important? When you have the ability to manipulate people's behavior within society, you have the capacity to push them to behave in a way that is most likely going to facilitate climate change anyways. That speaks to the extent to which where a government is much more likely going to create policies that facilitate things like climate change, things like putting policies that probably want to report particular individuals, facilitate things like destroying the environment at the end of the day. Things that facilitate individuals at the end of the day, right? Because those policies particularly have the ability to manipulate how those particular individuals behave at the end of the day. 2, on how these particular students then do not have that sort of like capacity anyways. The first is on how they do not have the sort of like buy-in within society in and of themselves. Where individuals buy into things like institutions, where individuals...
Yeah, please be considerate, and yeah, thank you so much for that. Proceed, Aisha.
Why individuals are much more likely to buy into institutions in and of themselves because they're the central governing body of the state in and of themselves, right? The extent to which where they have the ability to manipulate as particular individuals, like these particular individuals behave in society, shows how they have the capacity to change the behavior of these particular individuals in terms of how they, in terms of climate change at the end of the day. But then 2 is on the ability to create awareness in and of themselves. When government much more likely creates a policy, everyone within the city is going to know that Museveni has said that no more rubbish, everyone needs to have a rubbish bin around their house in and of, like at the end of the day, right? That proves the extent to which where institutions in and of themselves have the ability to have some sort of like larger level of awareness at the end of the day. But then 2, on why students necessarily do not have sort of like awareness at the end of the day. The first is on how they probably do not have a platform to most likely speak to a particular group of, to a large group of individuals within society at the end of the day. The extent to which where they are limited in terms of awareness, they cannot be the primary drivers of climate change. But then 2 is on how they are able to facilitate community engagement in terms of climate change. When government most likely passes a policy connected to climate change, you most likely have things like regulation and enforcement for particular individuals to engage within that sort of like within that sort of like policy anyways. That is why when you most likely have things like no more throwing rubbish around the community, you're most likely going to have everyone engaging because there are enforcement rules that most likely come with. But then 2, on the idea that punishment comes with the failure to follow those sort of like policies that come with the institution anyways. That proves the extent to which you have the ability to push communities to most likely engage in climate change anyways. Why does this become important? Climate change in and of itself is a community obligation that needs to be solved by a large group of individuals, and that is why the coordination becomes important.
Thank you so much for that fine speech. Let's welcome the member, the Deputy Prime Minister, to extend the government bench case here.
Agenarot Morelli Paleza is my name from Makai Memorial College. And we are the farmers of this resolution. So a source of information is monitor.co.ug, then www.mdpi.com. The opposition told us that the government can implement a policy, but then I don't think it's the government to implement a policy, because there is putting in that policy, but then it's still upon us, the students, to follow or to abide by the policy that has been implemented. So it's not by force that it's the government who will make us do what he has implemented or ask the public to abide by it, but it's my choice to abide by it. It's my choice to do what has been asked to be done by the citizens. And we, the affirmers, were also saying that students are the primary drivers of climate action, because it is we, the youths, who critically think and act as educators and communicators, most especially with our elders. It is upon us to bring in these ideas and to our elders. It is us that initiate conversations concerning our environment in the present, because we are the future. So if we do not initiate these conversations amongst our elders, there's no way we can have a good climate. We, the affirmers, were also saying that students are the primary drivers of climate action, because we are innovative and problem solvers. For example, through participation in forums like the United Nations climate conferences, students contribute to shaping environmental improvements and inspire wider participation. There is no way you're going to expect people to participate in a certain program without having to motivate them, without having to inspire them, without having to convince them of the benefits that they are going to enjoy from that program. We, the farmers, were also saying that students are the primary drivers of climate action, because we are the educators and peer influence. We have all been in this room and we have seen what our fellows have implemented. The outcraft, the innovativity, the creativity is all attractive. I have been inspired to also go and make a raincoat out of polythenes. Why? Because they educated me and they also influenced me into doing something that I actually never thought of doing. With the farmers, we are also saying that students are the primary drivers of climate action, because it is through us that awareness is created within communities and the country at large. You will never find an elderly protesting in the streets in the name of the environment or in the name of something that is affecting our country. But it is us, the youth, we the energetic ones, we who are seeing where we are going. It is in our hands, it is our choice. Resolved.
Thank you very much for that amazing speech, Deputy Prime Minister. Let's welcome the Deputy Leader of Opposition to conclude the opposition case.
A very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hussein Kabogoza from Kawempe Muslim Secondary School, and I'm the deputy leader of opposition in today's debate. In the motion, this House believes that students, rather than institutions, should be the primary drivers of climate action. Please warn me if I become fast. My speech begins in 3, 2, 1, go. The first thing we need to understand is that institutions do not only exist in one side, just like students do. They exist on one, a political level, a social level, an educational level, but also a financial level. What this essentially means is that institutions are the drivers of society. Notice there are certain sorts of like departments where children cannot reach anyways. The evaluation of that debate is who then most likely is best positioned to be the primary driver basing on their nature. The second thing is that we need to understand on what exactly the evaluation of this debate is. I think one, you're most likely the primary driver if at all you're able to create awareness, behavioral change, community, you're able to influence community habits, but also if you're able to build a certain level of sustainability. I'm going to weigh all those clashes and show you why that only exists with institutions. But before I do so, let me engage. The Prime Minister says that institutions do have the capacity to shape human behavior. That essentially means they have to contrast that aspect of institutions with children. They have to tell us the capacity that children have to influence the behavior of people within society. What the Deputy Prime Minister tells you is that, okay, students still have to follow the laws. The problem and the reason as why we haven't fought climate change is because it is a choice, and this is what these people are trying to do. What happens within institutions, it shifts from being a choice, it shifts to being a law, it shifts to us holding individuals accountable, and that can only happen when the institutions are the primary drivers. Notice the comparative within their side is that it's upon a student, right? It is choice on whether or not to necessarily fight climate change or anything like that. That speaks to the extent to which you most likely or less likely have accountability within their side of the house. The other thing you get from them is that the youth can communicate to the elders. I think this is like a big lie. But even if it is true that they can communicate to the elders, we have to compare the extent to which the institutions can be able to reach out to a very big number of individuals. Because notice, what most likely a student is going to do is talk to their parent or even talk to their friend at school. The question is, are we having the primary driver as someone who can actively influence policies, as someone who can coerce people to behave in a certain way? I think that's not clear from their side of the house. They also say that children within nowadays are innovative and all those sorts of things. I don't think there's a problem with that. Notice Aisha tells you the debate is not about whether children can create sustainable solutions or not. It's on whether they should be the primary drivers. Notice that essentially means there has to be a clear way up on whether that innovativeness outweighs the power that institutions have. They never mentioned that. I just want to weigh this debate and show you why institutions are better placed. The first thing is on sustainability. There are three things that account for sustainability. One, on accountability. The comparative with institutions is that you can hold people accountable. Within a bank, a financial institution, if someone necessarily does not drop or deposit the rubbish well, we can hold them accountable. We have to compare the capacity that these students have to hold these individuals accountable, but also too in terms of capacity. Notice that institutions usually have the funds to do these sorts of things. The comparative with students is that they probably depend on their parents anyways. That essentially means the extent to which you can reach very many individuals is significantly less, so they fail out on capacity. But also three, in terms of buy-in. Notice when we exist within a society, we buy into what those institutions dictate. The comparative with students is that they just exist as part of society, right? We think the extent to which institutions influence how we behave, we then think that they should be the primary drivers. Behavior change. What institutions do is to make climate change as a responsibility and not a choice, just like on the side of the students. I beg to rest.
That marks the end of the opening half of the debate. Let's welcome the member of government to extend the debate. Here.
My name is Kabonesa Shirat from Kololo Senior Secondary School, member of government. Well, as the resolution states, leader of opposition comes here and asks us a question: who is more capable? Is it the students or the institutions? Well, I have to answer this in But you do not attend classes for the next level. Yes, you are capable, you have the capability, you have the brains, but then taking it, you are not attending classes of the next level. You are not on ground. How do you expect to achieve to achieve the goal of the next level just because you are capable. You think you are capable, you are not on ground. But then the other half of the story is, yes, you have a first grade, you are capable, but then the next level, you attend the classes, and then you do whatever it takes to achieve the aim of the next level. That is what we are looking at in tonight's debate. Students and institutions. Well, students, why we're saying they are the primary drivers of climate change is because there is a widespread of behavior change at an individual level. We believe that, we believe that we influence those that we stay with just because of our behaviors. And we are not just going to look at this in a way of making policies that people at the end of the day won't follow. There is an article in the Constitution of Uganda that mandates everyone to a right of a clean environment. But today, we are seeing that Ugandans keep on polluting the environment even when these policies still stand. And we see university students in all sectors being able to influence the mates just because of their behaviors, because of their influential behaviors in community. Not taken. Well, creating awareness is also done in our side of the case because students are the ones that face these problems that later on are called up by institutions. These institutions are the ones that call us in order to get our creative ideas on the environment, because it is us that face the problems from the lower level of the community. We face these problems. We are able to get solutions to these problems, and then taken.
Are children born with the information they need to fight climate change, or they get it from institutions?
Pardon?
Are children born with the information they need to fight climate change, or they get it from institutions?
They do not get the information from institutions. They get it from the communities where they come from. The problems that we face in the community today, the problems that we find, the past generations left, they destroy the environment, and even the continuing generations are destroying the environment. So we are the primary drivers of climate action, just because when we find these problems, we need to get solutions to them. That's why I'm saying we are the primary drivers of climate action, because when you face a problem, there are some people, when they face a problem, they can't just sit there. Okay, rest my case.
Thank you very much for that speech. Let's welcome the member of opposition to extend the opposition's case here. Just a note to debaters, in the spirit of engagement, you are encouraged, highly encouraged, to take and ask POIs, points of information.
Good afternoon to you all. I welcome you all. I'm going to be the member of opposition for this motion today. This House believes that students rather than institutions are the primary drivers of climate action. Allow me to start with the rebuttal. First of all, many of their speeches claim behavior change and capability, but to what extent can you actually achieve behavior change and capability? Are you going to use saliva to fund all your activities? I really don't understand what they are basing on to actually claim this. They also say that they are going to be innovative, community-based projects. But where do they get the scientific data, technical expertise to actually fund innovation, to actually be able to build innovation? Where are they going to get it from? They are students. They are talking about primary students who have finished PLE, primary, secondary students. Where are they going to get scientific data needed for this large-scale innovation? Because climate action is actually a big thing. We're not talking about something that you're going to come and tell your classmates. No, it's actually a big thing that needs a large-scale innovation. Where are you going to get the scientific data and technical expertise? They also say they only follow policies when they want to. But then we also told them that institutions are in a place to actually force people to follow those rules. They can be able to punish and force people to follow those rules by force due to accountability. And they also say that their university mates. I would like to pose a question to be answered by the next member of government. How many university mates have inspired you, and what have you done with that inspiration? I would like to know that. And they also claim that they can do convincing, but we are saying to what extent? How large scale can that convincing actually be? We are saying we do this at a larger scale because we have funding, we have more resources, we are at a better place to actually fund our activities, to know and to help people be aware through campaigns, movements, etc. People can actually be aware of these things at a larger scale, not only at your local scale community or your neighbor or your parents who you're only telling. We are able to tell actually even the nation, we are actually able to tell the whole nation. And I would like to rebuild our case as to why we think that institutions are actually the primary driver to climate action, because we believe we do this at a larger scale. We believe we promote awareness, behavior ownership, and community engagement plus sustainability at a greater extent. And we believe so because we believe that institutions are actually the primary drivers because they are already driving action independently. We do not depend on students. We are already driving it without dependence from students. Through institutional agreements, government policies, we actually operate on our own without the pressure that they think that the students have to give institutions to work on. Many actions happen without students, and we have very many policies that are instituted by these institutions without student engagement or pressure.
POI.
No. And examples of these institutions, of these policies, are the UK Parliament 2019 policy.
POI.
Yes?
You talked about policy, you state policies, but
You're
we are the
very
policy
slow
implementers. As like, if we're the policy implementers, if the government sets a policy and the students or the people fail to comply with the policy, then the policy, the state will not be able to comply because we are the policy implementers.
How are you the policy implementer when
because we made up
out of order.
I'll answer that by saying you're not actually a policy implementer. You're a student. How do you even stand up to lie to the house and say that you're actually a policy implementer when you're a student? You're at a local level. In fact, you're not even at a local level. You're an individual, but you're saying you implement a policy. I don't have time.
POI.
Your time is up.
No.
Oh. The heat we thought we didn't need in the afternoon, but here we are. Let's welcome the final opposition member of opposition to close the government case. Here. Proceed.
I'm going to be starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so Chair, I think side opposition does a very good job by telling us that, we feel like at a point in time in this particular debate we need to frame who initiates meaningful climate action at the end of the day. I think that is what heavily stands out in today's debate. I'm just going to be basically doing two things. One, I'm going to necessarily show you why then even at the expense of us saying that institutions are much more better than students at necessarily carrying out that primary driving towards climate action, it still stands out in this particular round. Firstly, let me begin with the engagement, right? I think we get a very feeble characterization from side opposition. What we get from lead of opposition claims that they are going to run this debate on necessarily 4 metrics. 1, they tell us that awareness, secondly, behavior, 3, community, and then thirdly, sustainability. I think if I am able to show you that we achieve all those 4 categories on our side of the house, then we stand out in today's debate. Firstly, what she says, she tells us that, oh, look, we feel like at a point in time where we feel like these institutions necessarily have the capacity to then maintain sustainability at the end of the day, we feel like then they are the primary drivers of climate action, right? Chair, notice one thing here. We feel like at a point in time where these institutions have the capacity, yes, but there is no way that you're going to be able to drive climate action minus including the youths, just as my Prime Minister talks about, right? There is no way you're going to be able to carry out this. I'm going to take it later. There is no way you're going to be able to carry it out unless you're engaging the youth or any other sort of like students to ensure that you carry out this sort of like climate action. Because notice, the youth are the ones that necessarily have that kind of fresh perspectives, just as we already told you. And then two, they have that ability to sort of like carry out innovative problem solving, and then education and peer influence. Then also too, they also talk about the issue of, okay, we have level of awareness because we feel like at a point in time where these institutions necessarily have the capacity and the funds to go ahead and create awareness, right? We feel like accountability does not work. Why? Because we have corruption that takes place necessarily in these institutions. Notice, at a point in time where we have funds being embezzled, right? That means that there is no way that this sort of like primary action will be able to take place. And then three, they also talk about the issue of, okay, we feel like at a point in time we achieve sustainability. Notice, Chair, the reason as to the only way they're going to be able to like achieve sustainability on the other side of the house, if they only come and then they prove to us that, okay, at a point in time where you put in the funds to necessarily carry out these actions, I think it becomes much more hectic because one, we feel like students themselves necessarily have the capacity. Why? Because they are the ones that are on ground. That is to say, there is no way you're going to be able to carry out a tree planting initiative minus you including some other individuals, that is to say the youth and so on. But I think why then even at that kind of particular point we not stand out to win this, but I'll take you.
Don't you think it's a contradiction to say that students should be the primary drivers, yet you claim that they might not follow policies that support climate action? Isn't that a contradiction to prove that they should not be the primary drivers?
I get you. Okay, Chair, as I was telling you, right, I think that when we achieve the four perspectives in this particular debate, I think we then take it. Number one, why then we tell you that students are most probably the best in this case to drive climate action in this case? One, on the issue of awareness, right? I think that we already tell you that...
Speaker, your time is up.
Oh, I rest my case.
All right, thank you very much. That marks the end of the government bench's presentation. Let's welcome the opposition bench to close the debate for us. Here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alumni, and I'm going to give a summary on what has happened in today's debate. So my speech is going to begin in 3, 2, 1. So what the opposing team is coming up is that they're saying that students have the capacity of the capability, but they have failed to provide a justification of why this is true. They say that in terms of awareness, in terms of sustainability, in terms of behavior change, they're just giving claims that these students actually have the capability to actually influence these kind of sectors, but they have failed to justify why this is true. They have no funds, they have no technical expertise, but then with institutions, it is evident that we have the capacity to actually address for all these kind of sectors that these students want to address. We tell you that even when it comes to awareness, behavior change, sustainability, and community engagement, we still have the funds, we still have the platform to actually create the kind of awareness that they are talking about. Even when they talk about things like students are causing some kind of education in the adult sector, we think to their adults, we think the institutions actually have a more capacity to do this, because first of all, institutions are the ones that actually students actually depend on institutions. We think if institutions want to create some kind of information or want to pass on some kind of information, they're going to go to schools where these students actually exist. That means the information that students are depending on is actually coming from these institutions. If institutions have a project, they're going to use things like schools and education, schools and institutions or colleges, where these students are going to get this information which they can then pass on. So that means these students are actually dependent on what? On institutions. So one of their main points of class is that if we put in these policies and institutions don't apply, then therefore there's not going to be any kind of climate action taken. But we are saying, if you're saying that if students are the primary drivers, why would they choose then to ignore these kind of policies? If they care so much about causing some kind of climate change, why would they have the mindsets to actually ignore these kind of policies that institutions are trying to implement? Another point about this, that institutions actually have the capacity to punish whoever is not complying to these kind of policies. And also, students are not the only kind of people that have to ignore or abide by these kind of policies. We think there are other categories of people like citizens that can be held accountable if they do not comply by this kind of policies or this kind of laws that are put in place by institutions. Granted.
Do you believe that the larger percentage of Uganda's population are youth, and where are those youth? They are in schools and they are students.
However much the percentage of Uganda's population are largely youth, it does not necessarily mean that all the youth are going to ignore these kind of laws. We think there's a sector for citizens that are above the youth age, but also it does not necessarily mean that the youth all of them are going to ignore the laws, and they're not going to abide by these laws. So another point of class they talked about is that institutions are excluding youth. No, institutions are not actually excluding youth. We're saying that institutions have a large scale kind of impact to an extent that they can actually include in the students as well. Students don't have this kind of impact that we're talking about. Students can only the only important part students can play is verbal, talking about this, talking about that, talking about that, which is only a sector in institutions. We think that the role that the students are playing is only a sector in institutions. We're talking about awareness, causing behavior change. That is only a project for institutions where they cooperate with things like schools and all that. That students actually depend on to have the information to carry out the roles that they can actually play. They also talk about accountability doesn't work due to corruption. We think that institutions that have the capacity to implement this kind of policies, even if there is corruption to some few institutions, there's still more power because you're talking about who's the primary driver or not. Even if there's some kind of corruption in some kind of institutions, we think there are certain institutions that have the capacity, where there's no corruption, where there's some good of integrity, to be the primary driver.
Thank you very much for that. Let's give them a round of applause for that. It's not really easy to speak on such a big stage. So the results are going to be out in a few. You just hang in there.
In the meantime, there is a student from Kololo who had volunteered to come and speak. You can't speak. Please do come. Oh, he's there. Come down on it. He did volunteer to give. Oh, yes.
Good afternoon, all. Happy to be here with you, and happy to listen to the very informative, educative points that we do have here. My name is Beatrix. I work with the Uganda Development Bank. I am in the investment department. I work with the women and the youth, and of course this is part of the things that we do expect the youth to have. I'm happy for this program, Shamim, for putting this together, Chevings. We are very grateful for the program. Part of the things we do include what we call the green financing and climate facilities. Green financing and climate facility, where we look at sustainable waste management as well as part of the programs that we do offer. And listening to everything and looking at all the projects that have been displayed around, I know we are all in the same direction. What I want to mention is, of course, it is a collective action that we have to take together. We come in as partners that can do financing, both non-financial and financial partners. As Uganda Development Bank, when I went through, I have been interested in some of the projects that are upcoming. And part of the things that we do is to support the startups. And some of these projects, we can bring partners on board. We can be able to work with you in different forms. And I am really happy that we are here all together, working toward the same direction, the same goal. And once again, I will thank Chevings, and thank you all.
Please do come. He had offered to give a vote of thanks at the end of the program. So as the judge and judges are deliberating, we can give him that opportunity.
All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yes, I didn't get to give that bit of introduction about my name earlier. Yeah, so my name is Ochiwa Franco Chichi, a student from Kololo Senior Secondary School. And yeah, I'm just going to be giving you a vote of thanks. So firstly, I just want to begin by thanking the organizers of this particular event. I also want to thank the Chevening organization as well for putting in their efforts to ensure that we as students, together with different stakeholders, have this opportunity to see that we come together to fight for climate change. So I just want to also thank, yes, my dear patron, Madame Akol Rachel, for the great work that she has been doing to ensure that we also go ahead to fight climate change by coming up with different projects, engaging in different activities at school, and therefore that is why we are all here. Yes, so besides these projects that we've been having, the showcasing that we have had, we've also gone ahead to witness the debate that we've just had, and that is also another form of fighting climate change through the mind game. And therefore, we have been able to exercise different opinions via speech, and that also counts a lot, because we cannot live in a society where we only do things practically, but it also counts when we go ahead to ensure that we share different versions, especially from the young people that are up here. Yes, then I will also love to thank the schools that have been able to attend today, because I believe this is not just a transition that is just going to necessarily end here, but I believe that all the different activities that have been showcased, each and everybody is just going to take them back to their own home and ensure that they continue spreading the information and make sure that the environment is sustained by carrying out all these different projects that we have witnessed and so on. And then lastly, I think we always have one of our greatest weapons in life, and that weapon is always done by small acts. Those are the small acts that we have. So when these small acts are multiplied, therefore we shall be able to carry out what we call transformation unto the world. And this transformation does not only begin by one individual, but as a community, and therefore we can also sustain that through teamwork and community engagement at the end of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ochichi, if I got it right. As we go into the last stage of our event, I just want to recognize our key partners or special partners, Reform Africa. Reform Africa are one of the leading teams in this country that are recycling waste into different products, including school bags and other bags. So they are behind there. You can pass by their desk and you'll be able to see what they make or create out of waste. Then we also have Taka Plastics. Our certificates, you'll see them. They look so beautiful. They were made out of waste.
and that is by our partner Takataka Plastics. So we also want to say thank you so much, KCCA, for accepting to partner with us. It's been a long haul, about 2 months of working together, and so we are so grateful. Then we have Bees and Trees. I think they're not here today, but we have been working with them. They have a wonderful book that is very critical on sustainability. So if you look out for them on their website, you can order for that book, and you should be able to read it and get to know how we can all participate in ensuring that we keep our environment safe. And then we have the East African Parliament, that's the Women Caucus. They've also worked with us throughout this period, so we just want to say thank you so much. And finally, of course, the UK government, who are our funders through the Chevening Secretariat and what we call the Chevening Alumni Fund. It is that money that has helped us do a few things that we have been able to do until today, so we just want to say thank you so much. And then, of course, the schools that accepted to participate in this project, you have been tremendous, and we just want to say thank you so much. Like Misa Ochichi already shared, this message not stop here. Let's take it home. Let's take it in our offices, in our schools, you the students. Let the story of waste management or sustainable waste management be a story of everyone. And if we all participated, then definitely we should be able to have clean and green cities in the future where we're going. Let me welcome Shamim, or the judge, to tell us who was the best debater. Thank you.
All right, did you enjoy the debate? Okay, let's clap for them if we did enjoy the debate. The motion again was, this House believes that students rather than institutions are the primary drivers of climate action. And before I go to the announcements, I just want to explain to us how the debate was and how it was evaluated. In this debate specifically, there was no right side, no wrong side. So students can take action and institutions can still take climate action. The issue, or the most important thing in the debate, was the primary element. That is, for lack of a better word, which one is the most important. It doesn't mean that the other parts are not important, but which one is most important, or which one has more capacity to drive climate action. And in that sense, again, I would like to explain that we can't say students don't have a role. Students, you have a role, and even institutions do have a role. So I'll announce the top speakers, and Shamim will have the honor of announcing the team rankings here. Starting in 4th place, they will just stand up and we clap for them, an honorable mention, and their certificates are being prepared. In 4th place, 4th best speaker is Miss Agenoroth Gloria Lipaleza. Let's clap for her from Mackay College. People want to see you, stand up for recognition. Yeah, that's the 4th best speaker. In 3rd place, we have Mr. Arineitwe Jonah from the closing opposition. In the 2nd place, we have Miss Aisha Namata from the opening opposition team. And the best overall speaker in this debate was Mr. Hussein Kabogoza. It's now my honor to welcome Shamim to do the honors of telling us how teams ranked in this.
Thank you very much. I hope there was a lot to learn. I hope there's a lot we've gained from this process. But most important for us, this wasn't really a competition. It was a space to see your critical thinking, to see your innovations, to understand also where you're coming from in terms of everything and the journey that we have gone through. And so far, you have all done exceptional. And this part of the debate was really on top of everything, really just understanding how do we think about the ABCs when it comes to waste management and sustainability. Like he says, there's no wrong, there's no right. And I do not like ranking because I believe we are all winners. So I will mention the overall winner. I emphasize this because it's a process. The project was simply one part of that. That takes you to the second part, which is the debate. And then finally, that's our best when it comes to this, our project today. And once I do that, I would love my deputy, Peace. I think everybody has heard Shamim. I do have a deputy for this project, Peace. If he could come also and give our vote of thanks as CAU. And then we'll also have wonderful volunteers that have been very much part of making this a success. So please do also come forward. And I think Nicholas will help when it comes, our CAU president, when it comes to giving out the award. So without further ado, drum rolls, please. I like it dramatic. The overall, do we say winner or the overall? The overall is Kawempe Muslim Senior Secondary School. And one more thing, I am an OG of Kawempe Muslim, so I take so much pride right now. That's why I never announced it, that's why I never said anything, but I'm so proud. So please, future Shivnas.
Thank you very much, Samim, for giving me this opportunity. We are honored to have all of you guys here. At the moment, let me just take this opportunity to hand over the certificate to Kawempe Muslims. Thank you for doing tremendously well. And we believe that you take this as a positive thing and you keep making impact within your community. You make sure the waste are sustainable, collected, and making proper use. Thank you. Let me hand over the certificate to Yes, thank you for doing extremely well also. You deserve this trophy. Thank you. Yes. Take a photo. We take a photo somewhere around here.
Yes, volunteer and then chairman.
So I'm going to volunteer and another group.
Yes, so awarding are going to now be happening. As he's speaking, we start awarding. We're just going to award. Yes.
Yeah, the award. We finish the award all at once, then we go away. They can eat it at 5 o'clock.
This is the best project. Yes, thank you once again. We are handing over the trophy for the best project. This trophy Mackay Memorial, can you please come and take your trophy and your certificate? Yes. Thank you for participating in the competition, and you have shown that you can make something.
You have shown that you can make something very important from trust. What people call trust is no more not needed, but we can see that as students, young students, you are doing extremely well. We believe with time, opportunity, with such kind of initiatives to make this a higher thing. Let it be a campaign now, not just a school project, okay? So thank you so much for doing so well. You deserve this. A certificate. Thank you. Thank you for taking care of the students. Yes, yes, this is the trophy for being the best. Please always make sure that you be the best in your projects. Make sure this becomes something important. Okay? Thank you. Edson. Yes. Now let me take this opportunity to invite Edison. Edison, can you please come forward and hand over the certificates?
Edson has been supporting from the stakeholders. So that will be St. Peter's Secondary School and Kololo Senior School. Please do come forward. Kololo Senior Secondary School or St. Peter's, please come. As they do come, the certificates have been made from recycled plastic by Takataka, so it would be an honor to have Takataka here as well. Please come forward. And then we do have bags from Reform Africa that they have offered. Please, Reform Africa, come here as well.
This is St. Peter's, Zambia. Congratulations and thank you for participating in this noble project. The next is Kololo Senior Secondary School.
As Kololo is getting ready, let's have Kampala Diplomatic International School, and then we'll have Uganda Society for the Deaf Vocational Training Center. He's the one.
We are pleased to hand over this certificate to Kololo Senior Secondary School. Thank you for participating in this project and for doing wonderfully.
Thank you very much. So our partner Takataka will hand over to Kampala Diplomatic International School and Uganda Society for Deaf Vocational Training Center. So Kampala Diplomatic, please do come forward.
Okay. Yeah, I'm pleased to hand over this certificate made from 100% recycled plastics. Each is actually made from about 20 small water bottles. And let it be a reminder that waste is not waste if you can turn it into value. Kongs, thanks. Then next, the Uganda Society for the Deaf. Who will be translating for you? No, I cannot. Hmm? Yeah, so I would like to say thank you for participating in this. Thank you for showcasing what you can do with waste. And I encourage you to carry it forward and walk the talk, engage your communities in becoming responsible citizens. And yeah, I'm glad to hand over this certificate, which was initially in the past, it was bottles on the streets of Gulu, and we've managed to turn it into a certificate. Let it be a reminder that, yeah, we can turn waste into value. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll have Reform Africa hand to Nabisunsa Girls Secondary School and Chitante Hill Secondary School. Yeah, so Nabisunsa has come.
My name is Faith Aweko. I'm so glad to be part of this project. Reform Africa was a partner, and we also thank the patrons who've been able to take on the project with the students. I would like to give these certificates to Nabisunsa Girls School, and also a pencil bag to the patron. This is to remind you of Reform Africa, and also hopefully you guys can continue doing the good work that you're doing with the students. The certificate. Take a photo as well. The next school is Chitante Hill Secondary School. No. Did they give them? Did they?
Is it one? Yeah, you have to give each school one. Oh, because you're the one making them.
I get it. Thank you so much, Chitante Hill Secondary School, for participating in the Kampala ABCs. Give this as a token of appreciation to the patron, and then the certificate to the school. Thank you.
If we can have Midland, I believe that would be our last school. Is there any school we have left out? No. Midland, yes. Please, Midland.
I forgot, so you will let them know?
Yeah, just make sure they don't take it as a photo.
Yeah. We are going to give Midland once. They got Chitante? Yes, I gave the patron. There was an issue with the spelling of the name on the certificate, so we are just going to reprint it again. So we just give it. I'd like to give a token of appreciation for Midland High School for being part of the Kampala ABCs, and give this to the patron as a token of appreciation from Reform Africa, and then the certificate for the school.
And then before Reform leaves, can have one of our members also just give a certificate to the partner.
On behalf of the CAU, we want to thank you, Reform Africa, for being a wonderful and valuable partner. Thank you so much, and we hope you will continue following up with the schools to give them the required support to make sure that the project becomes sustainable beyond Kampala into other cities. Thank you so much.
Then we have a gentleman called Tabu, as his name says. Please do come forward and present the certificate for the executive committee to Nicholas Okot.
I'm going to present to the president.
Yes.
Okay. As assigned, this is going to be the first time I think I am more important than our alumni president. Please, can you come forward to receive this from me? Thank you.
Thank you. Then we will have Edwin, who has done such a wonderful job today, give our certificate to our partner, Takataka. Like I say, this is so amazing. So please, Takataka.
Thank you so much, Takataka. This is great. Actually, someone was saying they cannot believe this is from West. And so I told them to read behind. So please, you are doing a great job, and so we are so grateful. Thank you.
We have amazing volunteers who have helped us, and we would love to acknowledge them for all the work they have done. So do please move forward. Interestingly, Edlin is the first. Ainebawazi Edlin, our volunteer. So I will have Edlin's father, who is our Chevening member, give her this certificate.
You want me to? Yes, I have to. Thank you, Edlin, for taking on the role of voluntarism. It's a family value, and keep it up. And thank you, Shamim, for identifying her where I was not. She identified her through the mentorship class and brought her on board at support some activities. And I believe she has done a good job. She has done me proud. Thank you and congratulations.
The next would be Ada Lukwago. We'll give Ada. Who haven't I spotted?
Congratulations for a wonderful job.
And our aspiring environmental engineer, and we do hope you do wonderful things in the space of environment and mental health, like your passion leads you. Please do come forward.
Congratulations. They have said it and we have said it. Confession is possession, so look forward to an amazing environmental engineer.
Read the next.
And then we have a young man called Riaz Daudi Mubiru. Please do come forward. So this young man has an app that he has developed on environment, and he won his national competition in Nairobi. So yes.
Congratulations. Keep winning. Onwards and forwards.
And then we have Paul Chizito Mayanja, an amazing volunteer. I feel like I'm spilling a lot of information about it. Is there anything? Do we give the vote of thanks? Do we give the vote of thanks now? Okay. Okay, so Paul will give us the final vote of thanks. But before he does, we have patrons. We haven't forgotten about you. Your certificates are here, but I would love if you all come forward so we can all see you for the wonderful work you're doing in leading these sustainable changes in your schools. For all the schools, please do. The teachers, basically. Can we have a free? I don't know them.
Thank you so much. My name is Chinji Moses, patron, Kawempe Muslim Secondary School. That is
protocol observed. I am Florence Yoti Bako from Chitante Hills School. Thank you.
Protocol observed. Sota Rogers Mugewa, Environment Club patron, Makei Memorial College in Otete.
Good afternoon, members. Philip Mutiaba Samakula, patron, Middle High School Kawempe.
Sarah Nambi, St. Peter's Secondary School in Zambia, patron, World Lab Club.
Good evening, everyone.
My name is Masika Fiona, Midland High School, Kawempe.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Naranga Rosemary, Uganda Society for the Deaf.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I call Rachel is my name, a patron of the mighty school of only 6,000 learners. Yeah, Kololo Senior Secondary School. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Chigonya Stephen, Kololo SS.
Good evening, everyone. Ndiawai Kamatete, Nabisusa Girls School.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jude Barnabas Kivara. I lead the Innovation Hub at Kampala Diplomatic International School.
Last but not least, Tugumisi Rizejime, patron, Wildlife Club, Nabisusa Girls School.
So the certificates are coming because they need printing, but in the meantime, Takataka has offered us some gifts. I don't know if by the time we finish our training, all Takataka products were taken. So I'm glad that he's giving a sample of each. These are phone stands. I think you remember, right? Okay. So teachers, thank you very much. We will follow up with the certificates. Thank you for all the contribution. Like we all say, it's a collective effort. I have really, and we are very grateful for you taking the day here to represent your schools and to stand up with the next change makers. So thank you so much. And then now, finally, Paul, please just do come and give us the final vote of thanks. Yes, there is two very lovely ladies today, our sign language interpreters. Please do come and get your certificate from Brenda, the Director of Operations from OWC.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nalunkuma Deborah. I'm standing in for Miss Brenda, OWC. I'm excited to be part of this. It is happening. And actually, my school is here. Makai. Isota was my desk mate. I'm glad to be here. So on behalf of Madam Brenda, OWC, I'm here to present to you this certificate.
Thank you so much. Good evening. Yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul Mayanja. I have been serving as one of the volunteers for this summit and throughout the project as well. It is truly a pleasure to have had all of you here today. Can you give yourselves a round of applause first off? Yes, it has been quite a project, and with so many hands on, we'd like to thank all the partners, all the members of the different organizations that have played their part, all the various schools that have played their part and created these amazing projects that I hope will continue way beyond this project and beyond this summit.
We thank you as well to the service providers for the day, to Hotel Africana, to Bash Events, and to the photography team as well. We give you our thanks. And yeah, thank you all once again for staying with us. It has been quite a day indeed, but we thank you so much for staying with us. And after here, we will be having a photo session, the chance for you to mix and mingle. So do indeed take that opportunity we leave from here. Yes, thank you.
I forgot this. So Stanbic Bank, Belinda, yes. Stanbic Bank had left a gift behind for the most innovative project, which accordingly was Kawempe Muslims. So I will have Nicholas come and give this on behalf of Stanbic to Kawempe Muslim for their project. There's a podcast as well. They are looking for people to interview. Please do feel free to talk to them.
Okay. Thank you very much for the innovations that you've done, especially the app. We hope it will be on Google Store and on Apple platform so that people can download and use them and becomes workable around. And I think that's one of the innovations that stand out. I hope Uganda Development Corporation or the Uganda Development Bank is still around. It will be good to fund such an initiative and take it forward. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Okay. Yes.
Okay, and the last one. Yes, we just want to take the honor of appreciating Shamim Ibrahimu, the project leader. She has done a wonderful job. And then the co-lead, Arnold, wherever you are, please. Shamim, we have a certificate for you. Thank you. Thank you for leading the team and leading the project. And then Arnold, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, that's all. Yeah. Yeah, and that marks the end of our good event. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. Like we said, let these conversations not end in this conference hall, but we should take them out there so that together we can create communities that are sustainable in this country of ours. Thank you so much.